been working on is to think about individualized preventive care, specifically with cancer screening. As adults age, their health status changes, functional status changes, and their health priorities change. What used to make sense in midlife or before a major health event may no longer make sense. And I think it's important to continuously reassess those and talk to patients to see if what we're proposing still makes sense.
Schoenborn's research shows that messaging around stopping is important. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Coming up, we'll have more on the background of Charlie Kirk's accused assassin. Pura continues to be a living train wreck. We'll have the latest. And there's an update on just how far some Bridgeport kids will have to walk to school in the future.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2.
On WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents the musical Little Women, September 19th through 28th. This heartfelt adaptation of Louisa May Alcott's beloved novel follows the adventures of the four March sisters, Jo, Meg, Beth, and Amy, as they grow up during the Civil War. The show explores love, family, and finding one's voice through emotion and the powerful soundtrack of the show. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose Mobile Service Plus at Maritime, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. I'm Steve Kathan. The U.S. says America and China have sketched out an agreement that would keep TikTok up and running here in this country. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the objective of the deal would be to switch to American ownership. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
You saw in Madrid trade officials from the United States meet with Chinese officials, and they came out of that saying that there's a framework for a TikTok deal. But they also mentioned that it will be up to President Trump and President Xi Jinping of China when they talk on the phone this Friday to make the final call on that framework. We are still looking for details on what that framework looks like.
Authorities are saying more about the evidence in the Charlie Kirk assassination and links to the suspect in custody. CBS's Andres Gutierrez.
The FBI now has concrete DNA evidence. FBI Director Kash Patel announcing this.
The DNA hits from the towel that was wrapped around the firearm and the DNA on the screwdriver are positively processed for the suspect in custody.
And so that weapon was found right near where Robinson ended up leaping off, again, wrapped in a towel. The shell casings with it had some inscriptions on it.
Well, CBS's Scott McFarland says since the assassination, threats have been reported by politicians, historically black colleges, and others.
You have an already potentially inflammable tinderbox of threats, of hoax calls, bomb threats, swattings, and doxings, and now you've injected nitroglycerin from the shooting of Charlie Kirk and all that's come from it.
Overseas, CBS's Tina Kraus reports on high-level U.S. backing for Israel.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu say peace in Gaza will only come when Hamas is destroyed and all hostages are released.
The people of Gaza deserve a better future.
But the united front comes as there's tense diplomacy behind the scenes. After Israel's surprise missile strike on Qatar last week, targeting Hamas leaders.
Qatar today again condemned Israel for that. Rubio heads there tomorrow. On the Health Watch, CBS's Nikki Batiste reports new studies on the use of hormone replacement therapy suggest a lower risk for health problems than has been believed for menopausal women in their 50s.
According to this new research, depending where you are in that age range, really the guidance now, generally, again, talk to your doctor, is to ideally not be on it much past 59, but even more definitely try to stop by 70. But again, women's cycles are different. Women hit menopause at different stages, so it's critical to talk to your doctor.
This is CBS News. A tragic reminder has become an instant commodity.
Charlie Kirk's death has led to a run on the T-shirt he was wearing the day he was assassinated. Within hours, replicas of the plain white tee with the message freedom in all black caps were available on Etsy, TikTok, and other print-on-demand sites. An official version of the shirt was available on Kirk's personal site by Friday. The message has also become a meme. Some prominent conservative voices call it exploitation. Kirk's widow, Erica, runs a Christian-themed clothing line. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Cincinnati Bengals star quarterback Joe Burrow is going to miss 3 months of the season. The team says he'll need surgery on an injured toe. In a social media post today, President Trump attacks the NFL's kickoff rule as, quote, sissy football. The rule is now into its second season and has led to more returns and has been considered a success. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and mild this afternoon with a high near 80. Patchy fog arriving after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Any early fog will give way to sun by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Lisa Wexler. Got legal questions? She's got the answers. It's time for Lisa on the Law. Now, on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So this is the time once a week. You can call me at 203-333-9422, 203-333-9422, and I'll try and open my brain, my Kepala, as they say, and see if I can help you. Let's go to Ann from Seymour. Hi, Ann. Hello.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I have a question regarding my will. I currently have my will, and I have my son as an executor. But in the last few years, I have been living with my daughter and son-in-law. And so she has been taking me to, all doctors and just everything because I'm living here. I'm wondering, what do I have to do to remove my son as executor and put my daughter on?
You have to change your will. You have to revoke your will and make a new will. There's no substitute for that.
I cannot just do a notary saying that
No.
I mean, he has no problem with it. He's kind of happy.
No, you have to do what they would call a codicil, but most people today don't even do codicils or just do a whole new will because they're all on word processing anyway.
Okay.
You have to do a new will. And by the way, have you thought about making your son and your daughter co-executors?
Okay, I could do that, but my son lives in another town, so it just would be better if my daughter was the executor.
Well, the reason I say this, Anne, I'm just going to have this conversation with you, is that my experience is that in real life, if siblings get along, they are very easy to delegate and let your daughter do everything. But if you designate both of them, then both of them have notices of everything and they don't feel left out. And it's the lack of communication between beneficiaries that sometimes leads to problems.
Yeah,
I
understand.
So if you appoint them both, then your daughter can literally do it all, but she sort of has to keep your son informed along the way, and it usually will head up any problems before they would happen.
Yeah. I have another question I hope I can ask you.
Sure.
When my husband and I made this will, we had 4 children. Since then, one of my children has passed.
I'm so sorry.
And what do I do? As long as I'm making a will, I guess I can just take her off. She had no children. She wasn't married.
You should mention in your will that you had a daughter, but she is deceased and did not have children. Put it right there in the will.
I would have to do that.
Well, it's the wise thing to do. It's a best practice to do it, because otherwise it raises a question of when a judge looks at your will one day, what happened to that other child? Was that child disinherited? Where's the address? So it's just much simpler to say, I had 4 children. My daughter or my son passed away without any children. It's just one sentence in the will, and then it explains why there were only 3 children.
Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye, Ann. Happy to help you. 203-333-9422. This is Lisa on the Law once a week. I'm very happy to give you advice or what I know without creating an attorney-client relationship. You're not paying me for it. It's not confidential. I am sharing with you the information that we're sharing at the same time with everybody else. So I'm not your lawyer, and that's my disclaimer, but I'm very happy to assist you and give you any information that I can. 203-333-9422. As a probate judge, there are many areas, I like to call it family court without divorce, that have to do with name changes, gender changes, and adoptions, surrogacy issues, conservatorship issues, mental health issues, issues of commitment, compelling medication against someone's will. There are all kinds of areas in which the probate court gets involved and that I decide matters every day. Not to mention the myriad kinds of disputes that come up between or among people that are having estates. There are landlord-tenant disputes. There are contract disputes. There are debtor-creditor disputes. All kinds of things that can come up between people, come up between an estate and somebody else, because the executor essentially steps into the shoes of the person who died and therefore has to deal with whatever the pending problems were in that person's life have to be resolved. And sometimes those issues get in front of a judge. So if you have any questions for me, this is my weekly opportunity that I take to answer them. You can call me at 203-333-9422, 203-333-9422. And then we often spin this off into a weekly podcast called Lisa on the Law. So if you're just joining us right now and you missed some of it, you can find it wherever you listen to podcasts. Tony from Ridgefield. Hi, Tony. Welcome to the show. This is Lisa on the Law.
Hi, Judge. How are you?
Good, but call me Lisa. Very happy to have you call me Lisa. Hello. Hi.
Hi. I didn't think I'd get through, but this is good. I've got a question for you, Lisa. I am on my, I don't know, I've had multiple revisions of my wills, and I have a irrevocable trust. My kids are in their early 20s. I have executors named who I've recently changed in the past 2 years or so because of just different relations, etc. Make a long story short, so I have a trust. My kids are my beneficiaries. Can you explain? I thought I would not have to go through any probate in having a trust. Can you explain the probate process? Because I'm told that in the state of Connecticut, there is always probate.
Okay, so you know what I think, Tony? It depends upon what people mean by probate. In Connecticut, we still have an estate tax. It's very remotely applicable because you have to die with over $13 million or $15 million. Most people don't have anywhere near that. But we have one. And so we also have a requirement that every person who dies fill out an estate tax return, even though the overwhelming majority of estate tax returns are no estate tax at all. So, but you have to file a return. That's the law. And you have to pay a probate fee on those assets. So that return, unless you are a taxable estate, is filed with the probate court, which is why a lot of people who don't really understand what they're saying or what they mean by what they're saying say, well, yeah, you end up being involved with the probate court in Westport. To that extent, it's true, because when you've passed away, there's a tax return, and it's usually submitted to the probate court. In rare instances of very rich people, it's submitted directly to the Department of Revenue Services in Hartford. But if it's a non-taxable estate, it goes to the probate court. The other way in which you're involved with probate, unless you have already put your real estate into the irrevocable trust, unless you've already put it in there, is very often people die with real estate, and you have to get a no tax due, which you have to do from the probate court that shows that there's no lingering estate tax that's hovering over your real estate. So, but it doesn't mean that your assets are going through probate. If your assets are already titled in your irrevocable trust, then all of those assets are immediately able to be administered and distributed by your trustees at your passing. Probate has nothing to do with that. Probate court has nothing to do with that. The only way that we intrude on the whole process is that we receive your tax return.
Okay.
And we review
so if
it.
you do not have so if there is no trust, does that delay the probate process?
If there's no trust, in other words, if your assets are in your own name, yes.
Right. If you
yes.
have a living will.
Yes, because living will is different. That just talks about what you want to do in terms of your health status and dying.
Yeah, so if you have a will, a last will. Okay.
You mean a regular will? Yeah, if you have a regular will,
regular will,
and your assets are in your own name, yes, because there's a process in Connecticut for retitling those assets into someone else by means of who you want to say they should go to in your will. And that process entitles creditors to get paid before your beneficiaries do. And it's that process that takes about 5 months, and then the beneficiaries can get your stuff. But first you have to make sure that your creditors are paid, and that's what the law requires. That before you can give a gift, you pay the people you owe money to. Yeah.
All right. So for the just one last thing, if I might.
Sure.
So a Medicaid, Medicare, whatever you call it, statement or what have you, to protect you against that system. Is it true that I forget what that's called? I apologize, but
that's okay.
Does that go back 5 years? Is that the Connecticut federal?
Yeah, so now you're talking about something else entirely. So let me just give a recap. What you're talking about is trying to preserve your assets from the fact that the state may want to take them to compensate itself for the fact that you will have received money from the state by being in a nursing home and needing to access Medicaid funds.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
So some people do Medicaid trusts, but when you do them, the assets that you're putting into the trust, there is what they call a 5-year look back, which means if you've put them into a trust on day 1 and between days 1 and 6, you've actually had to go into a nursing home, the federal government theoretically can look back and claw those assets back to get compensated for the fact that they've paid for you to be in a nursing home. That's what the 5-year look back is. So people who want to do these things have to do the planning 5 years ahead of time to make it foolproof. That being said, people do what they have to do in real life. They don't always, real life has a way of taking over from these theoreticals. People do the best they can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great. All right.
Okay.
Thanks for the answers. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Tony. Call anytime.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny and mild this afternoon with a high near 80. Patchy fog arriving after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Any early fog will give way to sun by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's September 15th. It's the birthday of Italian explorer Marco Polo. In 1982, USA Today began publication.
Changing the reading habits of the USA. USA Today.
I read it every day for news around the USA.
The number one TV show on this day in 1984 was Miami Vice.
Our costume designer came back from Italy, and and I'm looking at it and I'm going, these kind of look like pajamas.
September 15th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. There's been a breakthrough in talks between American and Chinese negotiators over the fate of TikTok in the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Madrid.
Commercial terms have been agreed upon.
CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady on the framework.
The Chinese readout from that meeting has come out, and they're also saying that there is a framework for a deal, so it would follow that there has to be some indication that ByteDance would be willing to sell, and perhaps that would come at the direction of the Chinese government, given that this is a component of the larger trade talks that are happening.
President Trump says he'll be speaking with Chinese President Xi Jinping on Friday. Trump has on 3 occasions stopped a bipartisan law from going into effect that bans TikTok from the U.S. unless it sells itself to a non-Chinese owner. The killing of Charlie Kirk was not the end of his podcast, says CBS's Stacey Lynn.
The vice president filled in for the late conservative activist.
J.D. Vance here, live from my office in the White House complex, and filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for.
He paid tribute to his friend.
He was a joyful warrior for our country.
And blamed the attack on what he called left-wing violence.
We're going to talk about how to dismantle that and how to bring real unity that can only come when we tell the truth.
The man accused of killing Kirk is scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow on capital murder charges. FBI Director Kash Patel tells Fox that DNA on a towel wrapped around a rifle found near the site where Kirk was killed matches that of the 22-year-old accused in the killing. A fired Justice Department employee is taking the government to court. Here's CBS's Matt Piper.
Maureen Comey is suing over her abrupt firing in July. The former federal prosecutor brought criminal cases against Ghislaine Maxwell and Sean Diddy Combs and was dismissed over the summer. Comey, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, says in the federal lawsuit that she was not provided any cause or notice and says her firing was unlawful and unconstitutional.
The battle lines are being drawn as we get closer to the end of the month and the deadline for Congress to fund the federal government. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian is watching it all unfold.
You have some Democrats, particularly Democratic leaders, who say they are not going to back a bill unless it's bipartisan,
and include some provisions to deal with health care. They're still upset about those Medicaid cuts in the big, beautiful bill. Also, a big deadline coming up at the end of the year to potentially extend subsidies from the Obamacare or Affordable Care Act. That's something that's important to Democrats.
On Wall Street, less than 2 hours before the close, the Dow is up slightly. NASDAQ up almost 1% at this hour. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport Board of Education may potentially have to scale back the amount of bus transportation it provides for some students. After a meeting on September 8th, the cash-strapped district voted to alter the walking distance policy, which would remove the availability of bus transportation to affected students. Transportation has been a sticking point in the district as it continues to deal with a large budget deficit, but State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker previously said that the situation was resolved at Bridgeport's school convocation last month.
As you know, we've worked together to restore the bus service because we want to make sure our students can come safely to school every single day.
The new maximum walking distance for high school students is now 2.5 miles. Hundreds of people came out for a vigil in Southington to honor the memory of Charlie Kirk. The conservative influencer was shot and killed last week during an event at a college in Utah. The vigil was held at the restaurant Cadillac Ranch and was organized by the Connecticut Republican Party. Party chairman Ben Proto said that Kirk was more than a political voice. He was a family man and a tireless advocate for what he believed in. The state Republican and Democratic parties yesterday issued a rare joint statement condemning the killing and pledging to tone down the political rhetoric. Police are investigating an alleged attempted sexual assault on the Yukon campus in Storrs. Police say a food delivery driver lured a victim into a vehicle while dropping off food at the college on Saturday. The victim was able to escape, and Yukon police say they have made contact with a possible suspect. No other information has been released, and the investigation is continuing. And if you're looking for a happy place, you'll likely find it in Hawaii. Finance website Wallet Hub compared all 50 states to determine which was the happiest based on more than 24 key metrics, including income growth, unemployment, and depression rates. Hawaii was ranked the happiest state, followed by Maryland, Nebraska, New Jersey, and Connecticut. On the opposite end of the list, West Virginia came in last. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 3 and 4 has things backed up to about the state line. On the Parkway northbound, more roadwork between exits 10 and 14. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, construction between exit 50 and 46. Left lane is out. 91 southbound, more roadwork between exits 13 and 10. Right lane is out. 84 east and westbound sides, you have it between exits 8 and 9. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow, then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, if only one thing, and hopefully more than one thing comes out of this, but I was thinking today and reading some stuff online as I was thinking this, if only one quote-unquote positive were to come out of this tragedy involving in the shooting of Charlie Kirk, I was thinking to myself, it should be, and a lot of people love to use this phrase, these words, it should be a teachable moment. It should be a teachable moment for a lot of things, actually. But it should be a teachable moment for a part of social media that I don't think people understand. And over the weekend, I hope you had a good weekend. I went to a family event, did a little work, nice weekend, good weather and everything. Took a nice ferry ride yesterday back from Long Island on the Bridgeport Port Jeff ferry, the new ferry, very nice. And I'm sitting there and I'm kind of strolling around the deck and in my car, and I'm scrolling through, I should say, a lot of posts that have been shared, and I admittedly have shared them too, of people that have lost their jobs. Anywhere from baristas to people at Microsoft to teachers, and there was some pretty bizarre stuff out there. Teachers, college professors, college instructors, because they exercised their freedom of speech, which is a beautiful thing. We all have freedom of speech. We all have freedom to say whatever we want whenever we want it. But then we also have the freedom to get the blowback from that. We have the freedom to witness the freedom of people who say, hey, we don't like that. Now, here's where the sticky part comes in. And I'm sitting there and I'm feeling kind of sad for some of these people, granted, who had some pretty nice gigs. There was one guy working for Microsoft. We have teachers there. We have hospital folks there. One teacher, some psycho in Canada, allegedly showed the Charlie Kirk assassination video. So you have people that you would think know better, right? You would say, hey, these aren't people. These don't assume to be people that fell off a turnip truck last week. And I'm seeing this, and then I'm seeing reactions from these people. Have you seen this? And I really do honestly feel bad for them. They're sitting there, they're crying, I can't believe they got me fired, or you got me fired, or whatever. What are you people doing? Now, again, at base level, it's probably not good to get somebody fired. Well, let me ask you something. Let's say your car needs work, and you choose, or you went to go to a garage or a shop that you've been going to for years and years and years. And then all of a sudden, over the weekend, you're kind of just scrolling through social media, whatever you use, X or WeChat or Facebook or all that, or Instagram, and you see a face you recognize there, right? Who's that? Hey, I know that. Who is that? Oh, that's Joe at my garage there. Yeah, he always takes care of my car really well. Boy, he's not great guy. I even tip him a little bit. Beautiful. The car's nice and clean when he's done with it. Oh, wait a minute. What's he saying here? And let's assume that your mechanic Joe, who works for an outlet, says, hey, by the way, I don't know about you. Joe writes on there, hey, Charlie Kirk deserved what he got. Now, you're going to look at that. And you still want Joe to work on your car? Now, maybe you do. Most people wouldn't. And I think the teachable thing we're going to find out here, or have to find out, two things. Number one, it's a teachable moment. Number two, though, it's frightening. What are these people thinking of? And yeah, it is kind of bad they lose their jobs, I get it, but I'm sorry. Whose fault is that? What possesses someone to see? I don't care how much they hate somebody. I don't care. That's not an excuse. Well, you know, Charlie Kirk once said, I don't care. Don't call me with that today. I'm begging you. Well, you know, he once said, yeah, whatever. And I can get, in fact, I'm going to have a montage coming up later in the show featuring our own Chris Murphy. I'm going to have a montage of a bunch of people saying, well, now we have to tone it down. Oh, really? We have to tone it down. I have a 2.5-minute montage coming up later. A lot of folks and titles and names and voices you'll recognize, and all of a sudden you'll say, well, wait a minute. You're telling me to tone it down? But I digress. That's coming up a little bit later on the Happy program here. But explain to me, please. I don't understand this. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I don't understand how some people can say, well, it's my free speech to say that I'm okay with getting his neck blown apart, and then they start sobbing when somebody says, well, wait a minute. You work for Joe's Garage. I'm not going to go to Joe's Garage anymore, number one. And number two, I'm going to tell people about that. Now, morally, is that the right thing to do? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But why are all these people so surprised, some of them? And they do. That's the scarier thing, too. That you have nurses, college professors, they're all over there. People who work in daycares, teachers at an elementary and art school level, praising an assassination. Now, look, it's one thing if you praise it amongst your friends and say, geez, I had no use to the guy, yeah, whatever, wife and kids, I don't care. I don't doubt there are hundreds of thousands of people like that. But you have to be, do you know the level of stupidity that you have to be fully locked in and engaging in to put that on social media? And if you go ahead and do that, is it not my right to then say, now, I wouldn't do this per se to get somebody in trouble initially, but I'm sure as hell going to laugh at it online. When you have people sobbing, there's a guy, there's a video of a guy sobbing, apparently that he lost a really good job with Microsoft. Okay? Why did you post what you posted? You work for Micro freaking Soft. You don't work for Harry's Computer Repair on the corner. In by 9, out by 5. You don't do that. So we start with this, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC, because I sure as hell can't figure it out. What possesses a teacher or a college professor or somebody who works for Microsoft or somebody who works for, I don't know, a youth center, or there's a school resource officer somewhere. That woman's out of the gig there. What possesses someone, not just amongst their friends and neighbors, what possesses someone to go online and say, hey, this was a good thing, and then they cry about it? Come on. What are we, all nuts?
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks. 203-333-1800.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 3 and 4 has things backed up to about the state line. On the Parkway northbound, more roadwork between exits 10 and 14. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, construction between exit 50 and 46. Left lane is out. 91 southbound, more roadwork between exits 13 and 10. Right lane is out. 84 east and westbound sides, you have it between exits 8 and 9. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a guy who hates driving on the Merit, just like you. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So, can somebody please, I'm begging you, can you please explain to me how people are surprised when they go on social media? They're not talking amongst their friends. This isn't a Thursday night card game here. Or this isn't even among their friends at church or at temple or a mosque or whatever. They're going on social media, and they're in some way, shape, or form, from being totally and overtly crass to trying to be tongue-in-cheek, to indicate that on some level they're okay with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And then somebody sees it and tells their boss, hey, this is one of your guys or gals. I recognize who this is. If you don't get rid of them, I ain't going to spend my money with you. And then the people that do this start a sob story. And again, I feel bad for these people. I honestly do. But it leads to the question here. Do we have a cadre of people, and I'm not saying cadre to be racial or gender specific, because it's old, it's young, it's black, it's white, it's professional, it's white collar, it's blue collar, saying stuff on social media, and then all crazy when they find out they're fired. There's a video of a guy, and I honestly felt bad for him. He sets up his camera and he's talking, and he gets so flustered he starts running around his apartment like banging stuff. It's like, well, dude, you should have thought. No, it's not complete freedom of speech, and we're going to have a couple of guests on to talk about that. But I don't get it. Can somebody please explain this to me? And our question of the day. So I picked this to start off the day and start off the week. And think about this. Let me know what you think. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Would an employee's social media post affect your decision on whether or not to patronize a local or national business? And I have friends of mine this morning say, well, you shouldn't do that. It's doxing. It's hurting people. And on one level, I get that. I understand that. I really do. But to me, I think the bigger problem is, what makes people think this is okay? Let's say there was some sort of a modern day, and he'll never be matched, but let's say there was some sort of a new generation or second generation Martin Luther King Jr., or whatever, or maybe one of his relatives down the road takes up his fight and whatever, goes out there and protests against Trump or is protesting against, the Republicans or whatever, and tragically some nutcase kills him or her. All right, you may say, well, that's horrible. Well, of course it's horrible. It's unconscionable among a normal society. And then supposing some middle-level executive or even some maintenance guy, I don't know, maintenance guy and gardener all the way to a CEO, they post something akin to, but not in the actual names here, akin to saying, well, you know what, no skin off my back, I'm not going to shed a tear, never liked him. And then that person's going to lose their job? Really? And that person's going to sit there and run around and scream and yell and wonder why they lost their job? See, here's the thing. I don't think, even with adults, it's not like I always warn young folks about this, especially in this business. But I always tell them, think before you click, think before you tap your finger on that send button. The entire world is not hanging on what you think. Now, you may say, well, that's rich for you to say, Paul. You tell us what you think every day. Yes, because that's what I get paid to do. That's what Connoisseur hired me to do. That's not what a waiter or a waitress or a doctor or a college teacher or a nun or a priest or whatever, that's not what they're hired to do. And yet they react when their employer says, hey, I can't have you doing this because you're representing me. Really? I'll tell you, like I said, one of the teachable moments we should have here is warning young folks, college students, even some middle-aged folks who don't seem to get it. They don't seem to get it. You can't just say stuff in the modern age, even though it's your freedom of speech, which technically doesn't extend to the workplace. You can't just say stuff and put it out on social media and not think nobody's going to react to it. Well, it shouldn't be that way. Yes, and it also shouldn't be that my Jets suck again. But you know what? There are certain things in life that are constant.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 3 and 4 has things backed up to about the state line. On the Parkway northbound, more roadwork between exits 10 and 14. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, construction between exit 50 and 46. Left lane is out. 91 southbound, more roadwork between exits 13 and 10. Right lane is out. 84 east and westbound sides, you have it between exits 8 and 9. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow, then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A framework's been agreed to between the U.S. and China that allows TikTok to continue operating in the U.S. CBS's Aaron Navarro says the president has continually blocked a bipartisan law banning the video app.
President Trump in the second term has delayed that ban by 90-day spurts.
FBI Director Kash Patel tells Fox the Bureau has DNA evidence linking Charlie Kirk shooting suspect Tyler Robinson to the scene.
The DNA hits from the towel that was wrapped around the firearm and the DNA on the screwdriver are positively processed for the suspect in custody.
Robinson is scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today pushed back on critics of his decision to attack Hamas leaders in Qatar, a U.S. ally. He says other nations have attacked terrorists living safely in other countries.
There's immense cynicism and hypocrisy in the condemnation of Israel.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong was scheduled to hold a news conference this morning to discuss several pending details relating to Fairfield's upcoming special election for first selectman.
And I'm so very impressed in the voters of Fairfield and Southport for their overwhelming support, in demanding that democracy be in exercise and that a special election will be held.
The timing of the special election has not been clear, and Senator Wong was expected to discuss the matter and share a date today. A death investigation is underway in New Canaan. Police responded to the Canaan Parish housing complex on Lakeville Avenue early Saturday and found the unidentified person dead. Police have not indicated whether the death is considered suspicious. Anyone with information about the case is asked to contact New Canaan Police. A fisherman was taken to the hospital after a canoe overturned in a lake in Oxford. Emergency crews were called to Swan Lake Friday night on reports of a possible drowning and found the two people on the boat had been helped to shore by witnesses. A man was reported to have been underwater for between 3 and 5 minutes, while the second person was conscious and uninjured. No further information has been released about the injured boater. This past Friday, Fairfield County officials met with United Illuminating President Frank Reynolds to voice their opposition to the electric company's plan to install monopoles along the Metro North line through Bridgeport, Fairfield, and Southport. Officials included Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim, along with Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale and Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom.
The mayor has called for investigations into the siting council process and how this happened. I join him in that call. I think we're all sort of shaking our heads at, frankly, the kangaroo court actions that we've seen.
The Connecticut Siting Council recently granted UI's proposal in a straw poll vote, with a final vote coming at the end of this month. Fairfield and Bridgeport city officials will be holding a joint news conference to discuss the matter tomorrow at 1 p.m. A celebration took place this morning to commemorate the grand opening of the new South Norwalk Elementary School. The state-of-the-art building is the community's first new school construction project in more than 40 years. For the 2025-2026 school year, the school is serving students in pre-kindergarten through third grade, and it will expand in the years ahead to include grades 4 and 5. Governor Ned Lamont held a bill signing ceremony in Norwalk this afternoon to commemorate Public Act 2544. The legislation strengthens the state's consumer protection laws. It includes several provisions related to junk fees, price gouging, and safeguards against eavesdropping by electronic devices. The event was held at 12:30. Police in Westport are encouraging residents to make sure their car doors are locked. Westport police released statistics saying 3 vehicles had been stolen since September 9th, and a total of 51 vehicles were stolen since the beginning of the year. Police say the thefts of these vehicles have occurred in both parking lots and residential driveways. Police say under no circumstances should a vehicle ever be left unattended and running, unlocked with the keys inside it, or with valuables left in plain view. Butter Cannabis has reopened 3 marijuana shops that were previously operated by The Botanist. Butter already operates pot shops in West Hartford, Tolland, Stratford, and Danbury. It recently acquired and reopened shops that had been run by The Botanist in Danbury, Montville, and Vernon. Despite the expansion, Butter founder Carl Tirella says that the cannabis industry in Connecticut still faces some major hurdles.
Biggest obstacles remain to be overregulation and not being able to compete with neighboring states in potency, packaging, and pricing. I do think there's open conversations with the regulatory bodies, and we're making baby steps as things go along.
Butter held parties at the 3 newly reopened locations today, which included free lunch, a DJ, and 30% discounts all day. And New Haven is now the world record holder for hosting the largest pizza party. The record was broken Friday night on the New Haven Green, where more than 4,500 people were confirmed to have eaten 2 full slices of pizza. Each participant bought a $22 ticket that paid for the 2 slices, a bottle of water, and a drink afterwards. New Haven takes the record from Tulsa, Oklahoma, which previously set the record by holding a pizza party with over 3,300 people in 2023. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 3 and 4 has things backed up to about the state line. On the Parkway northbound, more roadwork between exits 10 and 14. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, construction between exit 50 and 46. Left lane is out. 91 southbound, more road work between exits 13 and 10. Right lane is out. 84 east and westbound sides, you have it between exits 8 and 9. Left lane is blocked. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, we're talking about the reaction, negative and positive. Sadly positive. There are people out there going on social media in some way, shape, or form praising the shooting death last week of Charlie Kirk. Now, separate yourself from what Charlie Kirk said, what he didn't say, what he did say, whatever. But put yourself in this position. Because you're seeing a lot of this on social media. And there are a lot of people saying, well, it's not fair. Now, our big dollar, deep voiceover guy said, Shelton's talking about it. Well, assume you're in Shelton. We'll go to the phones momentarily. And you're living a nice life in Shelton, and there's a restaurant in Shelton that you folks always go to, even if you're not from Shelton proper, and you drive there from Bridgeport or Ansonia or Stratford or Milford or whatever. Hey, let's go to so-and-so in Shelton. It's a little drive, but it's good. Or one of the few mechanics who can fix your classic cars in Shelton. So you have it trucked there. You know what I mean. And you've been going to this place for years and years and years, and all of a sudden, for some reason, because of the way the Facebook algorithm works or some other algorithms, you get a post in your feed, and it's from a mechanic at that, that classic car place in Shelton, or it's from a cook or a bus person or a waiter or server at, a restaurant in Shelton or Ansonia that you always go to and say, and it's crass, and it says something like, hey, Kirk got what was coming to him. You still going to go to that business? Now, you might. I'm not saying you shouldn't. You should or you shouldn't. But what would your thinking be like in that situation? Could be a national business, too, but you're finding out that a lot of these are local businesses, or you find out that your son or daughter or grandson or granddaughter is at a college and might be taking classes with a professor, guy or a gal, who, in some way, shape, or form, thought the shooting of Charlie Kirk was okay. It was all right. Hey, because after all, he said what he said. Should that person lose their job? I know the easy thing to say right off the hopper is yes. But are they just, and for lack of a better term, was the person or people who posted that or those things, are they just ignorant? Should we try to save them from their own ignorance, or is this just a fact of life? Is it just, as they like to say, a teachable moment where people have to be taught, hey, no. You don't have complete and carte blanche freedom of speech. You just don't. But what kind of a decision would you make there? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You love going to that restaurant. Or, God almighty, I finally found a guy that can work on my 58 Chevy with the carburetor trickery in there and everything. And the electrical system, yeah, it's costing me an arm and a leg, but I love this car, and I'm never going to get rid of it. Well, if you found that there was something, and it doesn't have to be with Charlie Kirk, it could be anything in the world. You still going to spend your money there? Would you just not go there altogether? Would you talk to the owner, the head chef, or the guy who owns the garage and say, hey, what's up with that post? you put on Sunday. I didn't like that. Or the guy that works on my car, the algorithm put his feed on my feed. I don't like that. What would you do here? Would you give an employee a second chance? Or if you're an employer, say, hey, I can't have this, man. It's too much blowback here. What were you thinking when you posted what you did? Todd in Shelton's here. Todd, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hi, Mr. Pacelli. You're doing a phenomenal job over there.
Thank you, Todd. What's up, my friend?
I'm independent, but I love Donald Trump and I love Charlie Kirk. I listen to him every night on the videos on Facebook, and I cried all day when he got killed. And these are all hate crimes, sir, and we can't tolerate them. I'm a Roman Catholic. I go to church every week. I pray every day, and I talk with the priest about it, and he said, pray for these people. And Jesus said, from such people, turn away. So I have to turn away from these haters. Otherwise, it starts engulfing me, and I start hating, and I have no room for that. I'm 66 years old. I don't have no time for that. I lost 4 close friends that were lifelong friends because they were hating on Donald Trump. One of them was a psychologist. And I said, I come in here to talk with you and about different things, and you start hating on Donald Trump. I said, no religion and no politics. Yeah. So I had to cut him loose out of my life, too.
Smart move. So smart move, Tom.
It's just a very sad thing with the hate crimes, and no time for hate. You got to love your neighbor. But people like that are hating from such people, turn away. That's what my higher power, Jesus Christ, taught me.
All right, Todd, good thought there. Thank you, my friend. Yeah. I mean, maybe you just turn away. But if it's a commercial enterprise, and Todd, thank you for the call. Good stuff there. Very heartfelt. But what if it's a commercial enterprise? And you find out that the owner of a business or a college professor that's teaching your kids or your grandkids has posted something that is so antithetical to what you feel and believe. Like Todd just said, what do you do?
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for a specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound road work between exits 3 and 4 has things backed up to about the state line. On the Parkway northbound, more road work between exits 10 and 14. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, construction between exit 50 and 46. Left lane is out. 91 southbound, more road work between exits 13 and 10. Right lane is out. 84 east and westbound sides, you have it between exits 8 and 9. Left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow. Then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, there's that old phrase, I don't know where it came from, maybe a movie, a TV show, right? Hey, it's not personal, it's just business. All right. So, would you adopt that, or should your business owner or the owner of your favorite business look at that from either way? If one of his or her employees said something, and it doesn't have to be with Charlie Kirk. It could be with any other thing going on. And this has happened in the past, too. We've seen this now. If anything, it's more and more, though, with the Charlie Kirk thing about, people posting things and then some people recognizing, hey, that person is a teacher at my son's school, or that person runs a daycare that my granddaughter's at. And they may post something politically that you don't like. You still want to spend money with them? Do you tell the owner of that business, say, hey, I'm out of here unless you fire that person? And that essentially has happened a lot. In fact, there's somebody now has an algorithm that tracks how many people got in trouble. It's in the thousands. Now, again, there's a two-pronged thing here. Number one, is it moral? Is it okay to fire these people when some of them just may be so dumb they don't understand how this works, right? Or number two, is this freedom of speech? Now, again, we'll have a couple of experts coming on later in the show. That's the theme I wanted for today. What exactly is freedom of speech? A lot of these people who are getting identified or doxxed, as they say, saying, well, hey, I have freedom of speech to say this. Well, you really don't. In a lot of cases, with a, with an employer and employee law. So we'll talk about that coming up. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. But what possesses these people to go on social media and again, it's not just the Charlie Kirk thing. It could be anything locally here in the state. Do they not understand that the algorithms that control this thing will a lot of times be their own undoing? Somebody who may have been to their restaurant and they name the restaurant, hey, Joe's Pizza Parlor, love the place, 5 stars. And then all of a sudden you have somebody posting something employed at Joe's Pizza Parlor. Ding, 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 ding. That's why you see the posting. Man, oh man, what are people thinking? Dear God. What are you thinking? Eric in Fairfield today. Eric, how are you, sir?
Paul, thank you for taking my call. I have 2 thoughts on this topic. The first one is that I do employ people on a regular basis, some part-time, some project, some full-time employees. And what I've done as a practice is include a morality clause in all of my agreements about acting in good faith, responsible, and nothing that would be detrimental to the business. So from a CYA perspective, I can always point to it and say, look, this is detrimental. You're sharing opinions that will adversely affect my business. Therefore, I'm going to relieve you because I'm able to do so.
Now, Eric, before you go on, I want to ask you something there because I'm excellent that you called. So do you specifically, when you're going over something with a new employee, or do they ask you specifically, Eric, hey, I don't get this, or do you say, let me explain this? This has to do with your social media posts, or do they have any questions about it? I guess what I'm asking, Eric, is do they get it? Do they understand what you're doing here?
It's a great question. Unfortunately, we do live in a time, especially with the younger generation, that doesn't delineate between their personal and their professional presence online, specifically around social media. So I do oftentimes have to educate the younger demographic of folks that I interview that specifically relating to social media. You're an extension of this business, whether you like it or not, but we're employing you to perform a task and hired for a job. And ultimately, your opinions, while you're able to have them and you're able to express them, cannot be done in any way, shape, or form in coordination with your employment here at my company. So I try to draw as clear of a line as I can, but still support the First Amendment.
Yeah, cool. All right.
And the second thing I would say, just to the point of, hey, do I walk away from a business or ask for somebody to be dismissed because of this? I'm middle-aged, but as I get older, I have more faith in my convictions of what I believe and what I believe to be true. So when this Charlie Kirk tragedy unfolded, and I noticed a couple of people on my social media channel that were celebrating it, justifying it, I went ahead and I messaged them and said, I respect your opinion. I disagree with it vehemently, and I'm going to go ahead and unfriend you. May God bless you and protect you and your family. But I got to tell you, I would not have done that 5, 6, 18 years ago. I think as I get older and realize that the more you compromise, it's a slippery slope. And so you do have to stand up. But the last point I'll make here, Paul, is that there's consequences for me even to do that.
Sure.
Like I had somebody who used to be my barber and cut my hair, and I loved his haircuts. Well, we had some disagreements. He said some things that I thought were wildly out of line, and I decided to go elsewhere. Well, a year and a half later, I'm still looking for a good barber, so I'm paying the price for it. But, Paul, there's a million barbers out there, and every time I go to find a new one who can cut my hair the right way, I say to myself, it's a small thing, but it reminds me, why am I here? Why am I not back with him?
Excellent. Eric, thank you. Great phone call on both counts. All right, there you go. There's Eric there, not business owner, but he's involved in a business. And, look, every so often over the years, I've been asked to go into college class here or there a couple of times at Southern, once at UConn. I used to run into students when I worked over at Quinnipiac at the radio station there. Even here at Connoisseur, we get interns. My weekend job, I would run into literally new college graduates. And we'd get to talking, and we'd yuck it up, and I would go out of my way to say, I am begging you, be careful what you post. Well, I have freedom of speech, don't I? Well, in relation to what the government can compel you to say and to believe and not. But I just say, in the business world now, it wasn't this way when I was growing up, prior to the 1990s when there was literally like no social media, no computers. Yeah, it was that way. Total freedom of speech because your boss's customer base wouldn't know that you're a right-wing nut or a communist or a socialist or a fascist, whatever. It doesn't work that way now. It just doesn't work that way. Bite your lip, I tell them. Take a breath and bite your lip. And 5 minutes later, you'll say to yourself, jeez, and I was thinking of posting that? Man. Peter in Fairfield is with us before we go to news. Peter, how are you? What's up? Hello, Peter.
No, it's Miguel.
Hello.
Hi.
You're on, buddy.
All right. I just have a question.
Sure.
I know the postings and all that is pretty bad. I'm an independent. I voted for Trump the first term.
Okay.
Voted for Biden the second. And did not vote on this term. This time.
Okay.
Because didn't like those people.
Yeah.
Now, when the 2 state representatives died, her posted stuff that wasn't right to post, and nobody's saying nothing about that. But if you go back and look for it, you're gonna say, "Wow, I can't believe he posted that." Now, I don't care about the people posting stuff.
Yeah.
I think that was bad, and I do think that killing the guy like that is very, very bad. I do think that, but at the same time, if you're gonna post and say things, the other side have to post and say things too. And that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that the right side don't want nothing to be posted.
Yeah.
And then when you have a president that rather say peace to both sides, he starts naming the other side. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right because now the right side is going to say, "Oh, the president is allowing us to do that."
Exactly.
And I don't think that's right.
No, you're right. And thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's so well. And to that end, I'm glad our last caller said that because I will lead off the next hour. And thank you, sir. I appreciate it with a perfect example of that from the Republican side. And it's somebody that every time they open their mouths on the Republican side, And I know this is going to get, people upset, but I'm going to say it. I look at this person and read what she says, and I just say, oh, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound residual delays, Stanford into New Canaan from earlier issues that have been cleared. Route 8 northbound ongoing road work between exit 14 and 17. Right lane is blocked. 84 eastbound left lane blocked between exits 8 and 9 has things backing up through Danbury. I'm Andrew Crass with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Tuesday, September 16th, Melissa Etheridge and Indigo Girls at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Wednesday, September 17th, Steve Winwood plays Capitol Theater in Port Chester. Friday, September 19th, it's Conan Gray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Monday, September 22nd, the Revivalists at the Capitol Theater in Port Chester. Thursday, September 25th, see the band Perry play at the Big E. On Saturday, September 27th, it's Joe at College Street Music Hall. Sunday, September 28th, Spin Doctors play Harbor Park in Middletown. Monday, September 29th, see Natasha Bedingfield at Toad's Place. Tuesday, September 30th, 21 Pilots at Xfinity Theater in Hartford.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And of course, we are now in danger in this country as to what I've seen from a social media post here of really falling into foolishness. And I'm going to do a foolishness on both sides of the aisle today. Two very, 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 very well-known, highly visible members of Congress, one on the right, one on the left, playing into the utter foolishness that you're hearing from some sides here. Playing into the worst of the worst fears from some sides in this, primarily because it gets them campaign contributions. So when we come back, I will start off with the foolish person of the day after the news on the right side. And you're not going to be surprised who it is.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. Charlie Kirk's podcast didn't end with his death. The vice president hosted it today.
Hey, everybody. J.D. Vance here, live from my office in the White House complex and filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for, but I'm going to try to do my best. My dear friend, the great Charlie Kirk.
Vance blamed liberals for the nation's convulsion of political violence.
I'm Matt Piper. Teachers, sports reporters, and even an Office Depot employee have lost their jobs after their public remarks about Charlie Kirk's killing. Some conservatives see Kirk as a free speech champion and are using similar tactics they once criticized to target people and organizations pushing for firings and punishments. Attorneys note First Amendment protections are generally limited for workers in the private sector. 8 states do have laws to protect employees from being fired for their conduct off the job, including their political speech and activity, but most do not.
The man accused of killing Kirk is scheduled to be arraigned on capital murder charges tomorrow. It's not clear when, but National Guard troops are going to patrol the streets of Memphis at President Trump's orders. The Shelby County Democratic Party is worried about the effects of the deployment. Here's First Vice Chair Will Richardson.
We're uncertain of the impact it will have on our youth and young adults who are already in a traumatized climate. We don't understand what this will do for us economically as it relates to people staying at home and not supporting businesses.
American negotiators meeting in Madrid with their Chinese counterparts say the two sides have reached an agreement on a framework to keep TikTok operating in the U.S. A bipartisan federal law bars the video app from the U.S. until it's sold to a non-Chinese firm. Here's CBS's Jolene Kent.
Right now, it seems like we are getting a little bit closer, but the specifics very much are light. And when it comes to negotiating with China, when you have, two heads of states talking to each other, as they will at the end of this week about this issue, typically, historically, a lot of the details are already ironed out before that important conversation between two presidents. Here, we don't have that just yet. It's only Monday. We'll see what happens.
Keep switching or stay on standard time. It's a debate that never seems to end.
When we spring forward or fall back, our circadian rhythm gets all out of whack. And Stanford University professor Jamie Zeitzer says they found one is better than the other.
Being in permanent standard time is actually healthier for you.
He says permanent standard time would prevent about 300,000 cases of stroke per year and result in 2.6 million fewer people having obesity.
CBS's Stacey Lynn. The Dow is up slightly at this hour. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Police in Westport are encouraging residents to make sure their car doors are locked. Westport Police released statistics saying 3 vehicles had been stolen since September 9th, and a total of 51 vehicles were stolen since the beginning of the year. Police say the thefts of these vehicles have occurred in both parking lots and residential driveways. Police say under no circumstances should a vehicle ever be left unattended and running, unlocked with the keys inside it, or with valuables left in plain view. Butter Cannabis has reopened 3 marijuana shops that were previously operated by The Botanist. Butter already operates pot shops in West Hartford, Tolland, Stratford, and Danbury. It recently acquired and reopened shops that had been run by The Botanist in Danbury, Montville, and Vernon. Despite the expansion, Butter founder Carl Tirella says that the cannabis industry in Connecticut still faces some major hurdles.
Biggest obstacles remain to be overregulation and not being able to compete with neighboring states in potency, packaging, and pricing. I do think there's open conversations with the regulatory bodies, and we're making baby steps as things go along.
Butter held parties at the 3 newly reopened locations today, which included free lunch, a DJ, and 30% discounts all day. A celebration took place this morning to commemorate the grand opening of the new South Norwalk Elementary School. The state-of-the-art building is the community's first new school construction project in more than 40 years. For the 2025-2026 school year, the school is serving students in pre-kindergarten through 3rd grade, and it will expand in the years ahead to include grades 4 and 5. And if you're looking for a happy place, you'll likely find it in Hawaii. Finance website Wallet Hub compared all 50 states to determine which was the happiest based on more than 24 key metrics, including income growth, unemployment, and depression rates. Hawaii was ranked the happiest state, followed by Maryland, Nebraska, New Jersey, and Connecticut. On the opposite end of the list, West Virginia came in last. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound police activity, exit 2. That's over in the shoulder. And further ahead on 95, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich, going through Bridgeport. Parkway, northbound side, residual delays through Stamford and New Canaan from earlier road work that has been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound side, late running construction going between exit 50 and 46 before the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84, eastbound side, residual delays through Danbury into the Super 7, again from earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow. Then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422-333-WICC. By the way, coming up next hour and in the 5 o'clock hour as well, our two experts today, both going to dive into the question, as we've been talking about with our callers already today, in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination here. And now they're looking into the alleged gunman, the suspect, and was he part of some sort of nationwide cabal? So we'll have our buddy Thane Rosenbaum on in the next hour to look at the notion of freedom of speech. And how free is your speech when you're representing another company? And also law professor Gary Phelan, Quinnipiac University Law School in the 5 o'clock hour. You hear him a lot with Melissa in the morning here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So that is our question of the day. It's Facebook.com /voice of CT. Facebook.com /voice of CT. And would an employee's social media post affect your decision on whether or not to patronize a local or national business, even a local business here? Let's say, like I said, the example I used in the first part of the program. Oh, you finally found this garage that can fix your exotic, that Triumph TR6 that my wife always yells at me about, that I put too much money in it. Well, now I found Joe out in Shelton somewhere, or in Sonia or Derby or Seymour, and God almighty, now he's doing it for half the cost of the other shop. But then you see that, Joe from Joe's Exotic Cars and Imports in Seymour, he put something on Facebook that said, like, he wasn't all that broken up over the Charlie Kirk assassination. Or the transmission specialist that works for Joe's Exotics there in Seymour or Shelton. 3 convenient locations. One of those deals. Says, Charlie Kirk got what he deserved. You take your business somewhere else? Or do you say, hey, listen, I don't pay this owner. I don't pay the transmission guy to talk to me or to judge my politics. I pay those people or that person to fix my car. And gosh darn it, they're the only people in the area that'll fix my car, my exotic that I love and my wife yells at me about, that I'm never getting rid of. They're the only people that can do it. Okay. Or again, the restaurant owner, or as one of our callers said from Fairfield in the first hour, barber, great barber. And he's right, man. You get a good barber that knows the contours of your cranium and your skull and the little nooks and crannies and can see how the hair is growing there. And, man, you don't want to change barbers. And then you read something on social media or something is said in mixed company. What do you do? Are you able as a person to separate that and say, whatever? I mean, I've learned to do that with people. I have, really, honestly. Like, I'm, as Todd, our first caller, said, I'm going to get away from the negativity. Whatever. And again, like I said, there are a few people on social media who I've known primarily professionally over the years. And it's funny, but it's not funny, but I breathe. And again, you know me, I don't drink Kool-Aid on this show. I've been accused of it, but I don't. Gatorade, maybe, no. But after a while, I see what some of these people are putting on social media, and I say, all right, we get it. Now, I know there are people that see my post, and they may say, we get it. But again, my stuff I always post is from a kind of a tactical point of view. I'm really into policy. I'm not sitting here calling anybody. Again, what do I tell you all the time? Here's my philosophy. Somebody who cares about the environment is not a tree hugger necessarily, or a leftist wacko tree hugger, or somebody who enjoys guns or likes to shoot on the weekend is not a Second Amendment gun nut. People like things for certain reasons. So, before I get to my two extremes of the day, the first one on the right, we'll go to the phones momentarily at 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Would an employee's social media posts that you see, the guy that fixes your car like a top, the restaurant owner, you spend every date night at this restaurant with your honey, with your wife, with your girlfriend, or both, just kidding. Would that affect your decision as to whether or not to patronize that local business? Coming back, Jeff and Karen, hang on. You're first up right after this.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with a doubleheader of the best games from around the NFL. Because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free. So it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound police activity, exit 2, that's over in the shoulder. And further ahead on 95, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich, going through Bridgeport. Parkway, northbound side, residual delays through Stamford and New Canaan from earlier road work that has been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound side, late running construction going between exit 50 and 46 before the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84, eastbound side, residual delays through Danbury into the Super 7, again from earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Let Connecticut know what's on your mind. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I got into a rather lively social media chat with somebody this morning who did not like the way that some of these employees, these police officers, these college instructors, these retail people all over the country were being what they call docs or doxing. That's a term, in case you don't know, that tells people, hey, this person lives here or this person does this, so let's gang up on them. I'm not a fan of that. I would never start that, but I noticed this one person over 2 days had 10,000 people, 9,000 something, highlighting this, and I posted it, and I said, what are these people thinking as far as what freedom of speech is? But then again, I got to thinking about this on the other side and saying, hey, would you want to do business with this person directly, or would you cut off doing business from a company that employed somebody like this? Sometimes this is a tough call. I can understand that. So that's why we have a couple of experts coming on to explain the real theory of freedom of speech and what that means. Jeff in Westport is here. Jeff, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Hey.
You know, that's the problem. You know, like when you and I were growing up, if somebody made a comment that was off color or didn't set with everybody.
Yep.
You say, you know what, the guy's an a-hole or the guy's a jerk.
Exactly.
And that'd be the end of it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's like, okay, he said something terrible. We have to fire him. We have to castrate him. We have to do everything we can to get this person, canceled. It's like Charlie Kirk was the exact opposite.
Yeah.
He debated people. He said, you know what? We agree to disagree. And people had their own beliefs and comments. Nowadays, you can't even have your own beliefs without worrying about somebody not liking what you say and being penalized.
And Jeff, and Jeff, thank you for the call. And the fact that if you don't like this person, what they said, and believe me, both sides do it. I see some stuff on the right. I say, oh, come on, stop. But here's the thing. You or I or Jeff, our last caller, or Karen coming up, we could sit here, type something, and with a click of the mouse or with a tap of the finger on the screen, think about that. It's all over the world, as in the earth. as in this little green, blue, and brown marble we all live on floating around in our galaxy, some insignificant speck. But, yeah, people are losing jobs over it. So that's a problem. And also, as I discussed this morning with my friends and our previous caller last hour who has some experience hiring, you've got to warn people. And I do it again all the time when I come into contact with young folks out of college wanting to get into this business or another place I work. I do stuff on the weekends or a third place I work. I'm like, well, have a blast. This is a great business, whatever you like, or whatever you do. Be careful what you post. Because when you think about it, unless you're like me, and I'm fortunate here because I get paid to do this, but if I wasn't getting paid to do this and there was somebody else in this line, do you think anybody would care what I think? It's all entertainment. It is what it is. But if you're going to post, but if your post is not, man, that hamburger I had the other night from Joe's was top notch. And if it's, hey, Charlie Kirk had it coming to him, and I employ you as one of my plumbers or my HVAC techs, and somebody says, hey, Paul, yeah, we're starting to get blowback here on our social media page. Did you see what Mike said about Charlie Kirk? Oh, boy. That ain't good. Well, it shouldn't affect the business, but it does. Karen in Shelton. Karen, you're on WICC. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can, Karen. What's up?
Oh, great. I actually faced in real life the same dilemma you were speaking of, where a trusted car mechanic place, unfortunately, their employees got arrested right outside. It was in the paper about being arrested for having child pornography videos. And so I didn't blame the employer.
Yeah.
It's not like every employer monitors everybody's social feeds, and I don't think you can really monitor their pornography activity. And so not much you could do about it, and I was happy with the employer, and I still go there.
Yeah, but let me ask you, Karen, if you, and I get that. I mean, look, somebody's a deviant 99 times out of 100, and nobody knows until the cops uncover it. And believe me, I used to work, shall I say, with a couple of people that were found to have certain proclivities. And when I was told, I was like, huh? What? What, are you kidding me? But Karen, what would you do, say, if you ran Karen's restaurant or whatever, and you had great business and you had a great cook there or a line cook or something, and then somebody said to you, hey, Karen, I love coming here, but did you see what your cook Joe said? I mean, that's a tough position, or isn't it?
As an employer?
Yeah.
If it's, not within the bounds of what employment's all about, what people do on their free time is their business.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
And people should take everything on social media with a big grain of salt.
Exactly. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it. And yeah, this is like, again, like our previous caller said before, Karen, folks, up until about 1990, when did the internet be? Pre-social media, but you could still post stuff. I think, early to mid-1990s. And look, we had the internet in the mid-90s, but all we had was email, and we had, I guess, for a host or anybody to see anything, you would have had to have, sent an email. But none of this became a real thing until about when did Facebook kick in big time? Like 2008, I want to say. Yeah, because I was at a convention. I'm thinking, all right. It's like 2007, 2008. That's about when. So think about it. So prior to about 2006, 7, or 8, this wasn't a thing. I mean, you really had to go out of your way, even with access to the internet, to say to people, hey, well, here I am. Well, now, I mean, when you think about it, on this commercial break, I could post something on our station pages or my own pages that if my boss sees that, like, I wouldn't come back after the news. A fact that would undoubtedly make some of you pretty gosh darn happy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound police activity, exit 2. That's over in the shoulder. And further ahead on 95, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich, going through Bridgeport. Parkway northbound side residual delays through Stamford and New Canaan from earlier road work that has been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross southbound side, late running construction going between exit 50 and 46 before the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84 eastbound side, residual delays through Danbury into the Super 7, again from earlier road work that has been cleared. Traffic Report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow, then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
My whole identity had been wrapped up in being a soldier. To have that so violently ripped from me when I was wounded, I was lost for a very long time. When Wounded Warrior Project came into my life, being around the other warriors, people that had similar experiences that I did, it was a game changer for me. Having King join the group, that was the beginning of a really good friendship. It's a good time.
I first heard about Wounded Warrior Project through CQ. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I qualify. But having been a part of it, it's kind of taught me that it's not just the wounds that you can see, but it's those that you can't.
When you do something like a peer support group with Wounded Warrior Project and come together from different walks of life, man, the growth is incredible. If not for Wounded Warrior Project, I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. American and Chinese negotiators meeting in Madrid have agreed on a way for TikTok to continue operating in the U.S. Here's CBS's Jo Ling Kent.
There's a framework for a deal. What are the details? We don't know what they are yet. And both TikTok and the parent company ByteDance have not responded to our multiple requests for comment on this.
Vice President J.D. Vance hosted the late Charlie Kirk's podcast today, blaming liberals for the country's political violence.
We have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement
of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years.
The federal prosecutor, the daughter of former FBI Director James Comey, has sued the federal government over her firing in July. CBS's Matt Piper has that.
Maureen Comey's federal lawsuit notes that her firing in July came the day after her supervisors had asked her to take the lead on a major public corruption case and 3 months after she had received her latest outstanding review.
Comey says her firing was unlawful and unconstitutional. CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This past Friday, Fairfield County officials met with United Illuminating President Frank Reynolds to voice their opposition to the electric company's plan to install monopoles along the Metro-North line through Bridgeport, Fairfield, and Southport. Officials included Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim, along with Fairfield First Select Woman Christine Vitale and Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom.
Mayor has called for investigations into the siting council process and how this happened. I join him in that call. I think we're all sort of shaking our heads at, frankly, the kangaroo court actions that we've seen.
The Connecticut Siting Council recently granted UI's proposal in a straw poll vote, with a final vote coming at the end of this month. Fairfield and Bridgeport city officials will be holding a joint news conference to discuss the matter tomorrow at 1 p.m. A death investigation is underway in New Canaan. Police responded to the Canaan Parish housing complex on Lakeville Avenue early Saturday and found the unidentified person dead. Police have not indicated whether the death is considered suspicious. Anyone with information about the case is asked to contact New Canaan police. A fisherman was taken to the hospital after a canoe overturned in a lake in Oxford. Emergency crews were called to Swan Lake Friday night on reports of a possible drowning and found the two people in the boat had been helped to shore by witnesses. A man was reported to have been underwater for between 3 and 5 minutes, while the second person was conscious and uninjured. No further information has been released about the injured boater. Police are investigating an alleged attempted sexual assault on the UConn campus in Storrs. Police say a food delivery driver lured a victim into a vehicle while dropping off food at the college on Saturday. The victim was able to escape, and UConn police say they have made contact with a possible suspect. No other information has been released, and the investigation is continuing. Governor Ned Lamont held a bill signing ceremony in Norwalk this afternoon to commemorate Public Act 2544. The legislation strengthens the state's consumer protection laws. It includes several provisions related to junk fees, price gouging, and safeguards against eavesdropping by electronic devices. The event was held at 12:30. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong was scheduled to hold a news conference this morning to discuss several pending details relating to Fairfield's upcoming special election for First Selectman.
And I'm so very impressed in the voters of Fairfield and Southport for their overwhelming support, in demanding that democracy be in exercise and that a special election will be held.
The timing of the special election has not been clear, and Senator Wong was expected to discuss the matter and share a date today. Hundreds of people came out for a vigil in Southington to honor the memory of Charlie Kirk. The conservative influencer was shot and killed last week during an event at a college in Utah. The vigil was held at the restaurant Cadillac Ranch and was organized by the Connecticut Republican Party. Party Chairman Ben Proto says Kirk was more than a political voice. He was a family man and a tireless advocate for what he believed in. The state Republican and Democratic parties yesterday issued a rare joint statement condemning the killing and pledging to tone down the political rhetoric. The Bridgeport Board of Education may potentially have to scale back the amount of bus transportation it provides for some students. After a meeting on September 8th, the cash-strapped district voted to alter the walking distance policy, which would remove the availability of bus transportation to affected students. Transportation has been a sticking point in the district as it continues to deal with a large budget deficit, but State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker previously said that the situation was resolved at Bridgeport's school convocation last month.
As you know, we've worked together to restore the bus service because we want to make sure our students can come safely to school every single day.
The new maximum walking distance for high school students is now 2.5 miles. And New Haven is now the world record holder for hosting the largest pizza party. The record was broken Friday night on the New Haven Green, where more than 4,500 people were confirmed to have eaten 2 full slices of pizza. Each participant bought a $22 ticket that paid for the 2 slices, a bottle of water, and a drink afterwards. New Haven takes the record from Tulsa, Oklahoma, which previously set the record by holding a pizza party with over 3,300 people in 2023. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident approaching exit 3, stay to the left to get around it. Parkway northbound, heavy congestion through Stanford and New Canaan, and you're busy coming off Route 7 in Norwalk. And 84 eastbound, an accident reported between exits 9 and 10 has things backing up towards the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Allow me, if you will, just a moment or two here. And we've had a couple of calls today saying, yeah, there's idiocy on both sides here. And there is. See, as horrible and as ungodly and as mind-numbingly evil as what happened to Charlie Kirk was and is, and I think it's going to end up backfiring on people that don't like him. But the bottom line is, I have to be careful here and say the accused gunman, the suspected gunman here. It's what I mentioned last week. He's not normal. Even if somebody is to the far progressive left, that's not normal behavior. It cannot be. If you look at what was going on in his life, and now they're saying there may be a sexual orientation issue with his roommate, boyfriend, lover, whatever. This whole thing reeks tragically because it pushed this kid or this young man, whatever, to the point here of doing what he did. But this is not normal. It's not. And what did I say last week? We have to, at all points here, and at every course, we have to avoid overreacting here. We do. Because if you overreact, it makes what happened as just horrible as that was, even worse. Let me give you an example here. And like I said, we're going to go with one on the right that illustrates it and also one on the left. Let's do the right first. A friend of mine sent me this. Now, you know I am no fan of Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia. I'm not. Now, having said that, I can be no fan of people in Congress or even, Lord knows, local governance, but I will always say, as I will in this situation, I give them credit for getting elected. It's something I don't think I could ever do. Like I said, I can't ask for money. I can't. If I'm out having dinner with my son, when I see him, I feel funny. Hey, buddy, I left the house with no cash. Like, even asking your kid for money, it's a little weird. You know what I'm saying? But I digress. So I could never, I just, it's not in me. Now, I think I have a pretty good eye as to what's going on to comment on it, but as far as doing it, no, couldn't do it. I wouldn't have the patience, let alone the money. It'd be the conga line of idiots that I would have to deal with that I would say, no, please, dear God, no. I'd rather dig ditches in 100-degree heat than do this. So how about this? This is on the site Mediaite, Mediaite. It's been around for a few years. Pretty good site. It leans left, but there's good content there. Marjorie Taylor Greene calls for the U.S. to be split up. Declares the country is no longer safe for anyone. Come on. Come on. You can't believe that, Congresswoman. You can't. This is what I'm talking about. This is why we're at each other's throats now, because we pay attention to the idiots on the far right and the idiots on the far left. The country is no longer safe for anyone. That statement is not made by a serious person. It's not. And I know there are a lot of you in my audience here, particularly, well, I like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, that's good. I don't. Congresswoman's Jewish space laser. Look that one up, too. But again, look at me, the idiot. I'm reading it here, and it's getting play on a national website. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican Georgia, received her calls for revived her calls for a national divorce on Monday, ominously warning that the American right and the American left have nothing left to talk about. No, Congresswoman. It's the right and left of the political class that have nothing left to talk about. The average Joe and Mary six-pack or briefcase, we're fine. We're fine out here. We're fine. We're okay. Greene was quickly denounced at the time she brought this up back in 2023 as well. Quote, what will come from Charlie Kirk being martyred is already happening. It's a spiritual revival building for the kingdom of Christ. But will also happen on the outside, not within the halls of our government. Democrats are hardened in their beliefs and will flip the switch back as soon as they have power. She went on to hammer the leaders of her own party for not doing enough. And if you're expecting Republicans to fight against evil with the power they currently possess and end this once and for all, you're going to be extremely disappointed. Well, Congresswoman, what exactly do you mean, end this once and for all? What does that mean? What exactly does that mean? Little illusion? I don't know. I don't get it. You sound as bad as the nutcases on the left, which I will play in this show before we wind things up. Because I found a little montage on the weekend that I want you folks to hear. And if you're expecting the Republicans to fight against evil, the power they currently possess, and end this once and for all, you're going to be extremely disappointed. Well, Congresswoman, how do you end it? Look, she knows what she's saying. Most of it is ridiculous stuff, but it gets her votes. Remember, these people don't just walk into Congress, whether it's somebody on the right like Marjorie Taylor Greene or whether it's somebody on the left like any number of members of Congress on the Democratic side. People vote for them. You have to understand, folks, that a member of Congress will very, 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 very rarely say what's really on their minds. Remember, if you are a politician, if you are a political animal, you will say, hey, how do I say this to make my side happy? So again, God bless Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican Georgia. She gets elected, but some of the stuff she says is just, it's prattle. It's prattle. What does she want her people on the right side of Congress to do? What in the hell is she talking about? My God.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, an accident approaching exit 3. Stay to the left to get around it. Parkway northbound, heavy congestion through Stanford and New Canaan, and you're busy coming off Route 7 in Norwalk. And 84 eastbound, an accident reported between exits 9 and 10 has things backing up towards the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow, then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You found where Connecticut comes to talk. Join the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And we continue with our question of the day. Go to facebook.com/voice of CT and register what you think. Also, you can call me or text me, same number, talk or text. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Would an employee's social media post affect your decision on whether or not to patronize a local or national business? And we're seeing over the weekend a boatload of people losing jobs. And we're not just talking about like clerks or fast food people here. We're talking about college professors, school resource officers, teachers, daycare workers. I mean, really? Wow. And I have some friends of mine saying, and people I know, well, this is not good. This is doxing. Yeah, but okay. Do you really want your son or daughter or grandson or granddaughter or mom or dad or grandparents taken care of by somebody who thinks it was okay to kill Charlie Kirk? I mean, you're good with that? Right? Just asking for a friend, as they say. And now we have Marjorie Taylor Greene saying part of the reason she drives me nuts is she knows intellectually this will never work. You cannot separate the blue states from the red states in this country. It'll never work. With revenues and taxation and trade issues, I mean, just stop. Sometimes politicians do stuff just to get their name in the paper. And it works. Look, you got stoonods like me, toot the stoonod, like my mother used to say. You got stoonods like me talking about it. So, hey, Congresswoman, it worked. Now, I will say, don't worry, I have some idiocy from the other side of the aisle coming up before we wrap up tonight. And this one I think you're going to love. I honestly think you're going to love. I do. I do. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Bill in Wallingford's with us. Bill, how are you, sir?
Good, Paul. How are you today?
I'm all right, Bill. What do you got?
All right. Well, you're saying how we have a problem in this country and the people are going too far. There's an old Italian saying, you may have heard it before.
Yeah.
Fish stinks from the head.
Yeah.
And that's the problem in this country. It's our leaders and all of them. I'm so frustrated.
Yeah, Bill, you know what, Bill? 95% of the country gets along fine with each other. They do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can have disagreements, but we laugh about it and go home. It's that 5 or 10%, Bill, that won't keep their mouth shut.
Yep. Unfortunately, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate the call, my friend. Thank you. And Bill calling, of course, from the center of the universe, Wallingford. Yes. Gosh darn it. I was telling some family friends at an event out of state. I was on Long Island for a few hours yesterday. Beautiful ferry ride back about, hey, I said 2 words, Wallingford Electric. They looked it up and they quickly hated me because of how low my power bills are. I'm telling you, folks, move to Wallingford. Raise the tax base. Keep my taxes down. Thank you. Charles and Danbury. Charles, how are you, sir? What's up?
Good, Paul. How you doing?
I'm good, Charles. What do you got?
So, when I called last week about the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
yep,
and then the ghouls of Route 7 interrupted me,
yes,
as you put it.
Yeah. Yeah.
One other thing I wanted to add, another point was, I just found it really inappropriate and not respectful, not accurate, to be honest with you, when Trump immediately attacked what he said the radical left for their violence. It was really premature for him to just assume that, and he's made these sorts of premature assumptions, as have Democrats.
Yeah.
Before you take that terrible plane crash in D.C., he immediately blamed DEI for that, which is completely ridiculous.
Yep.
And then I hear Vance during the news break there, go again and say, we have to do something about the radical left and their violence. Well, it's pretty well known. There's been a lot of political violence enacted by Trump supporters. You can take January 11th to start. You can take that state representative who was killed in Minnesota, Governor Whitmore, Josh Shapiro. There's lots of examples to show that the right has been politically violent as well. So I would just hope, although I know it's not going to happen, that Trump and Republicans just don't blame the other side or switch sides. Just call out political violence on all sides.
Yeah,
and I'd love to hear your take on that.
Well, and Charles, I agree. And listen, this is what I would do. And now I'm getting stuff coming in on my terminals here about, the Trump White House is going to plan a crackdown on leftist violence. Now, wait a minute. They got to be careful here because you can't crack down on legitimate protests. Now, having said that, and I say this with either side, if you have documented evidence that there's some sort of network or some sort of cabal on the right or on the left that's organizing these things, then go for it. If it requires criminal charges, do it. But there are to Charles's point, there are a lot of people on the left that don't want to kill anybody. Now, there are some that would. In fact, there was a I got to pull this up. There was a survey the other day that said an astonishing amount of young people on the left thought violence was okay. So listen, put the FBI to work, put the Secret Service to work, and if you find documented networks or loose cabals, then go after them. And then you publicize it and say, look who we found here. Charles, thank you. But again, I have a montage coming up. I'll do it, I think, in the last hour here, of something that was published or put out there by a Republican gubernatorial campaign that said, hey, we're all for toning it down here, but they kind of put together a 2.5-minute montage of a lot of people in Congress. I'll give you I actually watched this thing twice. So I wrote down everybody in Congress that I could identify. There was only 2 or 3 I didn't know by sight. And, maybe we should, hold them accountable too. See, there is one thing I will agree with generally people on the right on this. And I don't care whether we had this shooting of Charlie Kirk or not, because I've been saying this. You cannot keep calling Trump a fascist over and over again with no basis in fact. If you really take the dictionary definition of a fascist, you cannot keep saying fascist, dictator, democracy's going away, fascist, without having some nutcase or two react to it.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident approaching exit 3. Stay to the left to get around it. Parkway northbound, heavy congestion through Stanford and New Canaan, and you're busy coming off Route 7 in Norwalk. And 84 eastbound, an accident reported between exits 9 and 10 has things backing up towards the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
You can travel the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Tuesday, September 30th at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on September 30th. It's free and open to all high school students and families. ctcollegefair.com. That's ctcollegefair.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Hey, coming up, remember when we thought we had this whole thing fixed with how far kids in Bridgeport would have to walk to school here? Everything was fine. The money was coming in from the state. Well, apparently not. Thanks for playing. Have a little rice-a-roni, the San Francisco treat for a lovely parting gift. Now, apparently, that's not good. So, again, I guess, by what we've heard and what Chris has been telling us in the news, 2.5-mile walk to school, is that practical? In Bridgeport. Now, remember, it's not just the walk. It's the crossing guards. It's the police cars that are going to have to be out there 2.5 miles. Some kids will have to walk. We'll talk about that coming up. And apparently, the State Corrections Department can't figure out how drugs are getting into the prisons. They have people ODing in prison. How do you OD in a prison? Explain that to me, Lucy. How does that happen, huh?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz. The 22-year-old man police believe shot and killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk is scheduled to be arraigned tomorrow on capital murder charges. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is in Utah.
Right now, investigators are sifting through troves of evidence that are tied to Tyler Robinson. So far, federal agents have executed search warrants, 2 of them here in Washington County, one of them in St. George, right at the apartment where he lived with his roommate. That roommate, according to the governor of Utah, is being cooperative with the investigation. Robinson is not.
Vice President J.D. Vance hosted Kirk's podcast from his office in the White House complex today. CBS's Stacey Lynn has more on that.
From his office in the White House,
Hey, everybody.
the vice president paid tribute to his friend
He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place.
and vowed.
We have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice.
Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller joined him on the pod.
We are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks.
President Trump will speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping on Friday about a tentative agreement between the two sides announced today on the future ownership of TikTok. Here's Loyola Law School's Lori Levinson.
We'll know more about exactly what this deal is, but there is a September 17th deadline for the administration to come up with a deal. Otherwise, TikTok has to go down again, a thing that happened in January, and there was a lot of response to it, including the president seeking to extend TikTok until a deal could be reached.
A bipartisan federal law bars TikTok from the U.S. until it's sold to a non-Chinese company, but the president has continually delayed the enforcement of that law. During a press conference in Venezuela today,
Con amenazas y por las malas, nunca jamás
President Nicolas Maduro described recent incidents between his country and the U.S. as an aggression, not merely tensions. This month, a U.S. military strike killed 11 people and sank a boat from Venezuela that Trump administration officials said was transporting illegal narcotics. An attorney for singer Lil Nas appeared in court in Los Angeles today and got a delay in proceedings against his client, attorney Drew Feindler.
He's had a great life. He'll continue to have a great life. And this is a bump that he's going to get over.
In August, the singer was confronted by police as he walked down a busy boulevard wearing just his underwear and cowboy boots. Police say Nas assaulted them. On Wall Street, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ closed at record highs. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong was scheduled to hold a news conference this morning to discuss several pending details related to Fairfield's upcoming special election for first selectman.
And I'm so very impressed in the voters of Fairfield and Southport for their overwhelming support, in demanding that democracy be in exercise and that a special election will be held.
The timing of the special election has not been clear, and Senator Wong was expected to discuss the matter and share a date today. Police in Westport are encouraging residents to make sure their car doors are locked. Westport police released statistics saying 3 vehicles had been stolen since September 9th, and a total of 51 vehicles were stolen since the beginning of the year. Police say the thefts of these vehicles have occurred in both parking lots and residential driveways. Police say under no circumstances should a vehicle ever be left unattended and running, unlocked with the keys inside it, or with valuables left in plain view. And Connecticut ranks 5th on a new survey in regards to happiness. Finance website Wallet Hub compared all 50 states to determine which was the happiest based on more than 24 key metrics, including income growth, unemployment, and depression rates. Connecticut was on the list as number 5. Hawaii was ranked the happiest, followed by Maryland, Nebraska, and New Jersey. On the opposite end of the list, West Virginia came in last. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, an accident approaching exit 3, stay to the left to get around it. Parkway northbound, heavy congestion through Stanford and New Canaan, and you're busy coming off Route 7 in Norwalk. And 84 eastbound, an accident reported between exits 9 and 10 has things backing up towards the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow. Then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 2 hours down, 2 to go, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. As we will bring you a couple of voices here momentarily regarding freedom of speech. Are we going too far in one direction or another? And to that point, are people being unfairly torched or fired or disciplined because of what they say on social media by, say, school administrators or business owners or all that? So our question of the day here, as I posted it earlier at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text, or Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Would an employee's social media post affect your decision on whether or not to patronize a local or national business? So in other words, it's that favorite restaurant you have, and you recognize on your social media feed, Instagram or Facebook or, whatever you use there, X or Blue Sky or Rumble, whatever, you say, hey, wait a minute. That's the cook at my favorite restaurant. He's okay with Charlie Cook having been shot and killed. Do you then tell the owner about it? And or do you say, hey, love the food there, love the veal parm, ain't going to eat there anymore, or not going to eat there until they fire the guy? Is that bad or not? Thousands of these posts have shown up over the weekend on social media. I don't know why people do this. Do they not understand the First Amendment? I don't know. We'll talk about that momentarily. But Chris Williams has been sifting through the answers. And, Chris, you see what today?
Pam says, yep, for sure. John says, yes, of course. That's true of both sides. And Dawn said, absolutely, 100%.
All right, so there you go. So, listen, people, well, what's the whole, again, this is not revolutionary either. Revolutionary. What do people always say? I vote with my pocketbook or vote with your wallet. Okay, I guess you could. But, boy, I got to tell you, we need a teachable moment here where business owners and bosses and people who hire people, like one of my callers said earlier, you sit them down and you say, okay, I have a social media policy. And, folks, I have one here. I know as much as a loudmouth as I am here, I signed something that said, hey, Paul, if something you put online upsets our listener base or our client to the point where it's detrimental to the operation, I'm gone. They can find 1,000 of me, trust me. Trust me. If this show went out to bid again, whether I left to go somewhere else or they decided enough of me, there'd be 1,000 demo tapes on my boss's desk in a week. There just would be. But, you have a situation here where I think you really need schools, employees, if anything else comes out of this, you got to tell them, hey, you can say whatever the heck you like. Nobody's saying you don't have free speech, but people have the freedom to react to that as well. So you business owners out there, you parents, grandparents, husbands, fathers, moms, dads, whatever, make sure if anything comes out of this that you mentioned, say, hey, you're pretty active, little child, on social media. Did your boss make you sign a social media policy? I don't know. Well, if they did, let's go over it together, shall we? All right, coming up, our pal Thane Rosenbaum, CBS News. What exactly is freedom of speech, as defined actually by that little Constitution thing? And does that freedom of speech extend to the workplace? And we learned a lot about this. Remember the Colin Kaepernick incident? Remember that? They told him, hey, don't take a knee. He said, it's my freedom of speech to take a knee. He took a knee, and we all know what happened after that.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker. When you say, play WICC, the voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Shekachov, host of Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent and innovation and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at connecticutmade.com.
Forest Hills Milford, a brand new 55-plus community offering luxury rental units nestled on the north side of Milford, conveniently off the Merritt Exit 55, close to Milford's harbor, beaches, hiking, golfing, shopping, and more. Forest Hills Milford, now leasing gorgeous, spacious units with high-end appliances and finishes, reserved garages with storage units, fitness centers, clubhouse, and even a dog park. Check out Forest Hills Milford and elevate your lifestyle. See foresthillsmilford.com for more information or to set up a tour. That's foresthillsmilford.com.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound heavy congestion in Stamford and coming off Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Route 8 northbound, you're jamming through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 eastbound residual delays off the Super 7 going through Newtown from an earlier problem that's been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Get the straight story on everything that's going on around our state. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you, like me, may have seen on social media this weekend the gamut of reactions here to the Charlie Kirk assassination. 99% of them were fine. But then you got some of these really distressing reactions and some videos, and I really did feel bad for some of these people who put some pretty caustic things on the web. They got what's called doxed. In other words, they got identified because, again, not only do they do this, they put who they are on there. Then it gets back to a business, maybe a supervisor, or, you know, oftentimes a university, a hospital, a school system. There was a school resource officer that did this. And then people, because it shows up in their feed, they call that hospital, that, therapy place, that police department and say, hey, what are we doing here? And sadly, some of those people get fired. Now, those people come back and say, what about my freedom of speech? Interesting question, right? Joining us right now, one of our legal go-to people, the outstanding Thane Rosenbaum, CBS News. Go to his website, ThaneRosenbaum.com. He's an accomplished author, and you can do all that. Thane, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Always great hearing your voice, my friend.
Thank you, Thane. All right, let's do this in two parts. Number one, before we get into the employment part of this, Thane, give me Law School 101 here. What is freedom of speech as it's defined and you people learn about?
So the First Amendment, frankly, all the amendments pretty much start with the first very similar sentence, variations of the government shall not, right? So what does that tell you? Mm-hmm. Well, it tells you that the Bill of Rights are not affirmative rights. It's not what you have. Yeah. It's what the government can't do to you, which is very different. Okay. So when you say you have freedom of speech, it's like, I have a right to freedom of speech. That's not exactly what it says. Yeah. It says the government can't stop you from speaking. It doesn't speak to what you're a right in all contexts. Okay. It's really about the government being restricted from stopping your speech. So what does that tell you from the outset? It's often called a negative right, not an affirmative right. Mm-hmm. It's not something I can assert. It's something that can't be taken away from me. But your employer, if he or she is not the government, can do anything they want to you. You can have an employment contract, but it can cause them reputational damages. Yeah. And they can decide, you know what, you're a liability. We don't need you. You're not even that good an employee. And now we never liked you to begin with. And now you've given us cause. Yeah. You've given us cause. Like, who do you think you are to send? How narcissistic are you that you need to make a statement about something as if anyone cares what you think? Big mistake. Big mistake. You thought your opinion was important and it was protected. It's not protected. You know what's a really good example that's oftentimes misunderstood? The Colin Kaepernick, right? Because Colin Kaepernick works for the San Francisco 49ers. And if they want their players standing at attention with their helmets in their hands and singing the national anthem, that's what you got to do. Yeah. You do not have a First Amendment right and to tell the employer how you want to respond to the national anthem. Now, if the state of California had said at all games, whether they be professional or amateur, when this national anthem is played, everyone must stand with attention and players have to have their hats or helmets off. That's a violation of the First Amendment. The government can't restrict you, but your employer can. So there you have the difference.
Interesting. And Thane, finally, I said before early in the show today, and we had a couple of employers call in here and agreeing with me. I think, Thane, one of the teachable moments I think that comes out of this tragedy, hopefully, is maybe employers sit down with, a lot of young people and say, okay, make sure you understand this, right? We know I see you're on social media. Would it, Thane, not be a good idea? You don't want to coerce anybody, but say, hey, please understand this here before you sign this, right? Understand my social media policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I have to believe, Paul, I don't know, because, I've been, unfortunately, an academic most of my life, so I don't really know about HR departments.
Okay.
I'd like to think that HR departments have figured this all out already, and that when they hired you, they said, if you have a social media account, be mindful that you might run afoul of our policy of conduct, right? So this happened, remember, with the Hamas pro-Palestinian protests when Elise Stefanik from New York said to the president, does globalize the Intifada or calling for the genocide of Jews not violate? She used the words code of student conduct. She didn't say the First Amendment. She said, forget this First Amendment. Just what's the rules for being a student in this university? You don't call for the death of other students. So she kept asking that question, and the presidents all end up getting fired because they stupidly thought that their job was to be more measured in saying, well, we protect free speech, instead of saying, no, we don't let other students call for the death of other students. and that would violate our policy. But this just shows you can be a president of a university and be an absolute imbecile. and that was the proof of that. But anyway, employers are in good standing to say, you have caused us injury. But on the other hand, I don't think there's anything wrong with an employer saying, we don't recognize your First Amendment rights while you're on the clock.
Sure.
But we're not going to fire you. So take that down and be careful what you're doing. You made an impulsive move, and we're warning you that this is not something that is you might felt compelled to do so, but it's not without consequence.
Thane, great stuff as always. Check out the website, folks, ThaneRosenbaum.com. Thane Rosenbaum, thanks. CBS News. Appreciate it, my friend. Paul. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Thane Rosenbaum, there you go. So, and I kind of knew that's what he was going to say. We'll have a local expert on next hour from the Quinnipiac Law School to get kind of a different read on this, but I suspect our friend Gary Phelan will say the same here. He might. He may not. But again, the overall freedom of speech has nothing to do with your boss. Right? Your boss can say, well, I'm not going to stop you from having a social media account, but you are then connected to me in some way, shape, or form. And I told you, I was told by one of my employers years ago, hey, love you, love your work here, but it's our policy not to let you, if you take this position that we're offering you, which I thought about, but they said, but you can't have any side work, which is pretty common in this business, right? You can't have a side gig or a side hustle, whether it's a sports broadcasting thing, in season or out of season, or doing voiceover work. And I was told, no, we're not restricting you. There's nothing breaking the law here. We would just prefer that you not do any work for anybody else, because if you get in trouble with them or say something on social media with them, then it's going to kind of ipso facto bounce its way back to us. And I said, okay, fair enough. Got it. So thanks to Thane Rosenbaum there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, folks, I'm telling you, if you have a son or a daughter, grandson, granddaughter, I'm dead serious about this. Maybe the kid next door is like your second son, or you're tight with a family somewhere at your mosque or your temple or your church or whatever, your synagogue. You get into the discussion about the social media stuff, and, they work at, I don't know, they work for a tailor or a machine shop somewhere, or a garage part-time. Maybe they're a lot boy somewhere at a car dealership. Ask them, say, hey, Do you know that you probably shouldn't post about this? Even though your leftist teacher says, fight the power. No. Seriously, you know what I mean. You know that leftist teacher with a picture of Che Guevara on his desk? Who's this man? Well, let me tell you about Comrade Che. No, just make sure that whether it's a relative of yours or a child, like if they're a minor, say, hey, a lot of people are losing their gigs. They're losing their jobs connected to stuff they're posting about, whether they loved or hated Charlie Kirk or whatever. And just, kind of, sort of, would you make sure that you don't fall into the trap here? All righty? 203-333-9422. Talk or text 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound heavy congestion in Stamford and coming off Route 7 going into No Man's Land in Fairfield. Route 8 northbound, you're jamming through Shelton up to the bridge, and 84 eastbound residual delays off the Super 7 going through Newtown from an earlier problem that's been cleared. Traffic report is powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow. Then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Premier Concerts presents Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, March 26th at New Haven's College Street Music Hall. Herb and the band will be performing many hit songs we all know and love. Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass in their final Connecticut appearance, as 2026 will be their last year of touring after over 30 years away from any extensive touring. Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, March 26. Tickets at collegestreetmusichall.com.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Vice President J.D. Vance hosted the late Charlie Kirk's podcast today from his office in the White House complex.
We're going to pay tribute to his courageous legacy, and we're going to commit to keep it forever
alive.
American and Chinese negotiators have agreed on a framework for an agreement to allow TikTok to continue operating in the U.S. In Madrid, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Commercial terms have been agreed upon.
A federal law bans TikTok from the U.S. until it's sold to a non-Chinese company, but President Trump has delayed the effective date of that law. Singer Lil Nas X didn't appear in court today for a preliminary hearing in Los Angeles. He's facing charges he assaulted police officers in August when they responded to a report that he was walking down a busy street in his underwear. His attorney, Drew Findlay.
This is a bump that he's going to get over, and on behalf of him, his family is making sure that he addresses all those issues.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Hundreds of people came out for a vigil in Southington to honor the memory of Charlie Kirk. The conservative influencer was shot and killed last week during an event at a college in Utah. The vigil was held at the restaurant Cadillac Ranch and was organized by the Connecticut Republican Party. Party Chairman Ben Proto says Kirk was more than a political voice. He was a family man and a tireless advocate for what he believed in. The state Republican and Democratic parties yesterday issued a rare joint statement condemning the killing and pledging to tone down the political rhetoric. A death investigation is underway in New Canaan. Police responded to the Canaan Parish housing complex on Lakeville Avenue early Saturday and found the unidentified person dead. Police have not indicated whether the death is considered suspicious. Anyone with information about the case is asked to contact New Canaan Police. Police are investigating an alleged attempted sexual assault on the Yukon campus in Stores. Police say a food delivery driver lured a victim into a vehicle while dropping off food at the college on Saturday. The victim was able to escape, and Yukon police say they have made contact with a possible suspect. No other information has been released, and the investigation is continuing. A fisherman was taken to the hospital after a canoe overturned in a lake in Oxford. Emergency crews were called to Swan Lake Friday night on reports of a possible drowning and found the two people on the boat had been helped to shore by witnesses. A man was reported to have been underwater for between 3 and 5 minutes, while the second person was conscious and uninjured. No further information has been released about the injured boater. Governor Ned Lamont held a bill signing ceremony in Norwalk this afternoon to commemorate Public Act 2544. The legislation threatens the state's consumer protection laws. It includes several provisions related to junk fees, price gouging, and safeguards against eavesdropping by electronic devices. The event was held at 12:30. A celebration took place this morning to commemorate the grand opening of the new South Norwalk Elementary School. The state-of-the-art building is the community's first new school construction project in more than 40 years. For the 2025-2026 school year, the school is serving students in pre-kindergarten through third grade, and it will expand in the years ahead to include grades 4 and 5. The Bridgeport Board of Education may potentially have to scale back the amount of bus transportation it provides for some students. After a meeting on September 8th, the cash-strapped district voted to alter the walking distance policy, which would remove the availability of bus transportation to affected students. Transportation has been a sticking point in the district as it continues to deal with a large budget deficit, but State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker previously said that the situation was resolved at Bridgeport's school convocation last month.
As you know, we've worked together to restore the bus service because we want to make sure our students can come safely to school every single day.
The new maximum walking distance for high school students is now 2.5 miles. This past Friday, Fairfield County officials met with United Illuminating President Frank Reynolds to voice their opposition to the electric company's plan to install monopoles along the Metro-North line through Bridgeport, Fairfield, and Southport. Officials included Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim, along with Fairfield 1st Selectwoman Christine Vitale and Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom.
The mayor has called for investigations into the siting council process and how this happened. I join him in that call. I think we're all sort of shaking our heads at, frankly, the kangaroo court actions that we've seen.
The Connecticut Siting Council recently granted UI's proposal in a straw poll vote, with a final vote coming at the end of this month. Fairfield and Bridgeport city officials will be holding a joint news conference to discuss the matter tomorrow at 1 p.m. Butter Cannabis has reopened 3 marijuana shops that were previously operated by The Botanist. Butter already operates pot shops in West Hartford, Tolland, Stratford, and Danbury. It recently acquired and reopened shops that had been run by The Botanist in Danbury, Montville, and Vernon. Despite the expansion, Butter founder Carl Tirella says that the cannabis industry in Connecticut still faces some major hurdles.
Biggest obstacles remain to be overregulation and not being able to compete with neighboring states in potency, packaging, and pricing. I do think there's open conversations with the regulatory bodies, and we're making baby steps as things go along.
Butter held parties at the 3 newly reopened locations today, which included free lunch, a DJ, and 30% discounts all day. And New Haven is now the world record holder for hosting the largest pizza party. The record was broken Friday night on the New Haven Green, where more than 4,500 people were confirmed to have eaten 2 full slices of pizza. Each participant bought a $22 ticket that paid for the 2 slices, a bottle of water, and a drink afterwards. New Haven takes the record from Tulsa, Oklahoma, which previously set the record by holding a pizza party with over 3,300 people in 2023. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor-trailer accident, exit 29 in the left lane. Overall, 95 over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound really isn't much help. 95 out of New Haven, you've got volume delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Route 8 northbound bunched up through Shelton, up to the bridge. And 84 eastbound side, congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So apparently, and I was under the misconception, as a lot of people were, that we had this whole thing fixed in Bridgeport. Remember, right before the school year, Bridgeport said it was short about $4 to $5 million on busing money, and in order to get a contract for the coming year, the year we're in right now, the fall semester, the school year we're in right now, the idea was to pull back the boundary. In other words, tell kids who lived a bit further away from school that they would have to walk to school. Remember that? And it was going to be one of the biggest boundaries or the furthest away boundaries in the country until the State Department of Education came in, and Chris has had that sound that we had a couple of weeks ago by Charlotte Russell Tucker, the state education superintendent. And we all thought, well, okay, this is good, but now apparently that money to extend out the perimeter of busing is just for this year. And it turns out, according to this story from a few days ago, Jessica Sims' story in the Hearst papers, the Bridgeport School Board broadens the walk distance policy again. So apparently this could get dicey again next year. Bridgeport Board of Ed is getting ready again, just in case Eliminating busing for some students has to go back on the table again, maybe for next year. At their September 8th meeting, which was a few days ago, the board members voted to alter the walking distance policy by increasing the maximum mileage for students who walk from home to school or a bus stop. And you know what they do? They have a circle. It's a perimeter, and anybody who lives within the darkened or colored area on the perimeters, they show it on a map, you get, you get bussed. If you're on the other side of that perimeter, getting closer to your school, you're in a sense deemed too close, and you got to hoof it, baby. For kindergartners through 8th graders, the policy previously capped the maximum walking distance at 1 mile. We're going to have a kindergartner walk a mile? Really? Now the policy states, again, as of, I guess, last Monday's meeting, that would be the 8th? Yeah. Now the policy states that for those students, it can be up 1 mile to 1.5 miles. And for high schoolers, the maximum walking distance was previously capped at 2 miles. Now it can be 2 to 2.5 miles. So to give you an idea, and again, the best way to talk about this is from a time and a distance standpoint, right? So right now, if they have to go back to reducing the boundaries, maybe because the money won't be there in the future, the $5 million or something, you're talking about 2.5 miles. 2.5 miles is a long way. I don't care if you are in high school. 2.5 miles. Distance-wise, again, you know those running tracks, the tracks you see at your local high school? Maybe people like to jog on them. Usually you can do that at a public high school, a municipal high school. Well, think about this now. That's a 1/4 mile track that you may see in the back of your sons or daughters or grandsons or granddaughters' school. Okay, that's a 1/4 mile. So, of course, 4/4 in a mile. So that means now, just distance-wise here, if you don't want to think of it in a straight line, 2.5 miles is 489. That's 10 laps around that track. Really? That's 10 laps. It can be 1.5 miles, they're saying, maybe for 8th graders. So that's 2, 4, that's 6 laps around there. And again, just to, if you don't want to do it by distance, do it by time. The average human walking speed is about 3 miles an hour, give or take your gait, your stride, the length of your stride, how long your legs are, it all figures in there. So now, if they don't get the money they got this year for next year, 2.5 miles. So 2.5 miles, if you base that on 3 miles an hour, which is a mile every 20 minutes, so that's a 50, not 15. But if I'm figuring this right, I think I'm doing the math right. 50-minute walk, 50, really? To maybe get to another bus stop or or some other way getting. I mean, that's. Board Vice Chair Joseph Sokolovich asked at an August meeting why the changes were necessary in regards to the transportation struggles the district faced before the school year began. Quote, the reason we're doing this is because, yes, transportation was safe for this year only. Yikes. But there's no guaranteed funding for next year in the budget to maintain those distances. I have an idea. Why don't we take the money that we're spending on illegals, undocumenteds, and, I don't know, make it so the kids aren't walking 2.5 miles to school? Or walking 45 or 50 minutes? Come on. The school board first voted in April, remember this, we were talking about this, to increase the walking distance by a half mile, which would save $4.6 million. That would have eliminated free busing for 2,400 students across the city. I have an idea. Now, I know this is going to be crazy because it doesn't fit the norm. I don't know. For a lot less than $5 million, can we do carpools? I don't know. But about a week before the 2025-26 school year kicked off, the state and Mayor Joe Gannon released a statement saying that the 4-member technical assistance team from the state assigned earlier in the year to help financially and managerially guide the school district work with the transportation company to restructure the previous contract to reduce costs while maintaining services. So we're okay for this year. Next year, though, The revised policy now states that the school board may determine the maximum walking distance subject to budgetary constraints. Come on. Really? Come on. We have a $58 billion budget in this state, and we're going to make kids walk 2.5 miles. Really? 2.5 miles?
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
At Goodwill of Western and Northern Connecticut, our mission is to eliminate barriers to employment. However, some barriers are greater than we can conquer alone. September 8th through the 22nd, Goodwill stores are asking you to round up for the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. 100% of proceeds will go to providing meals as well as help relaunch their mobile food truck. Goodwill, a proud supporter of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. They're feeding families, we're getting people to work. Together, we're empowering communities to thrive.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, stocks finished higher with the NASDAQ and S&P ending at record highs today. The strength comes following some positive comments from President Trump regarding trade talks between top U.S. and Chinese officials. In a post on Truth Social, the president said that the talks have gone very well. Trump also said he'll be speaking with the Chinese president on Friday and described their relationship as a, quote, very strong one. Now, this comes as the deadline for TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance to either divest or sell the popular social media app. Congress wants it sold due to national security concerns. President Trump pushed the deadline for the sale back to September 17th. Traders also continue to look ahead to the Federal Reserve's monetary policy announcement that is set for Wednesday. Investors are almost unanimous in expecting that the Fed will cut interest rates by 25 basis points. And in today's economic news, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York said there was a substantial drop in New York manufacturing activity in September. The New York Fed's General Business Conditions Index dropping to negative 8.7 from positive 11.9 in August.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor trailer accident, exit 29 in the left lane. Overall 95 over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound really isn't much help. 95 out of New Haven, you've got volume delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Route 8 northbound bunched up through Shelton up to the bridge at 84. Eastbound side, congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown. Mitch Krause, WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow, then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Phones are busy? Text Paul, 203-333-9422. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
If you don't lock your doors on your car or van or SUV or whatever you drive and leave stuff in there, I need you to call me and explain what you're doing. I'm dead serious. Or text me, talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Why? Chris has had this story in his news today. And again, I understand we're all creatures of habit. But I always tell you, we don't live in Mayberry, right? Aunt B or Aunt B, however you like it, isn't coming down the stairs with some fresh pie. Okay. Andy and Gomer ain't sitting at the fishing hole. Police in Westport, hello Westport. Police in Westport are encouraging residents to make sure their car doors are locked. I just, really, Westport? Really? Police, and Paul, do you lock your doors everywhere? Yes, I do. The moment I get out of the car, when I stand up, my thumb, boom, on the, I hear thunk, I hear the locks going, what if we're just at home in the driveway? You think you're safe at home? Westport police are encouraging residents to make sure their car doors are locked. Police released stats saying 3 vehicles had been stolen since September 9th, and a total of 51 vehicles were stolen since the beginning of the year in Westport. Right? I thought that stuff didn't happen in parts of Fairfield County. Police say the thefts of these vehicles have occurred in both parking lots and driveways. Police say under no circumstances should a vehicle ever be left unattended and running unlocked with the keys inside, or with valuables left in plain view. Oh, my God, people. Stop it. Stop it. Jeez. What is wrong with you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. What is wrong with you? Who leaves your car? And I don't care whether it's home. Who leaves your car unlocked? B, who leaves your car or SUV or vehicle unlocked with the keys in it? C, who leaves your SUV or car or vehicle unlocked with the keys in it and stuff in there? And D, who leaves a car unlocked in an area with the keys in there, stuff in there, and maybe running? Run. I don't get it. Are you just trying to convince yourself that things are safe? Is this kind of like medicating your brain? Well, if I think it's safe, then it really is. 51 vehicles stolen in beautiful, bucolic Westport since the beginning of the year. Police encouraging residents to make sure their car doors are locked. I ask you again, with all the honesty in my pudgy little Italian heart, who doesn't lock their car doors? What do you think? This is 1955 in Westport? I mean, come on. Oh, what do you care, Paul? What are you getting so upset about? Because I hate stupidity. And you know what? Car theft numbers go into a state registry, and how do you think insurance rates are set? Part of it is stolen vehicles in your area, in your general area, in your town, or whatever. Man, oh man, I learned my lesson a long time ago. Yeah, my doors were locked, but the windows were cracked a little too far, and my car was stolen. Never again. Never again. And, you know, I have been an advocate of the exploding catalytic converter model on the car, but I digress. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound tractor-trailer accident, exit 29 in the left lane. Overall, 95 over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway northbound really isn't much help. 95 out of New Haven, you've got volume delays through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Route 8 northbound bunched up through Shelton up to the bridge. And 84 eastbound side, congestion delays through Danbury and Newtown. And that's across WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit hoffmanenergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing like 51 cars stolen in Westport? Really? You people are that stunad? You don't lock your car. You don't make sure the windows are up. You don't take the key fob with you. Now, look, if it's a car with a key fob, it's almost impossible to steal. You can't hotwire it. Now, if it's one of those Hyundais like I had to get a special patch because they were popping the column, and I mean that's one thing. But again, do what I did to prevent that. I got a club. Oh, you use the club? Yeah, I do. Because if they eyeball my car, they're not going to be able to cut through the club. Come on, you need a power saw. Or some liquid nitrogen or something. Nobody wants my 2019 Hyundai Elantra that bad. John in Wallingford's here before news. John, how are you?
Well, quickly, I don't really want to talk about the game itself, even though the Giant game went deep into the overtime. But on the overtime itself, they nudged it a little bit again with this, even not a touchdown.
Yep.
The other team to get a choice.
Yep.
Well, but the fourth kick, they've also dropped it to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, my question is this, and I don't know whether or not you know the answer to
Okay.
it. If the team, let's say the team, scores on a long drive or a fairly long drive, so they go up to 7. Now the other team gets the right to have to get their chance at it.
Yeah.
Literally, Paul, the clock could run out. Or is that? Do they extend it if that team now is getting their one chance?
No, I believe, John, and I have to run, John, thank you. I believe, folks, don't take what I say. I think under the new NFL rule, if you're tied at the end of overtime, it's a tie, I think. So there you go. All right, we'll do traffic and weather together, news, and a whole bunch of stuff coming up. And, by the way, a professor from the Quinnipiac School of Law to talk about, once again, the theory of freedom of speech. Do you have it in the workplace?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. There's been another deadly U.S. military strike on alleged drug traffickers from Venezuela. From the White House, CBS's Stacey Lynn.
President Trump says the U.S. has again targeted a boat allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela. He posted on Truth Social in all caps, "Be warned, if you are transporting drugs that can kill Americans, we are hunting you." He says 3 were killed in the strike. Earlier today, Venezuelan President Maduro said the recent incidents between the two countries are aggression from the U.S. and not just tensions. He vowed that his country would exercise its legitimate right to defend itself.
The Trump administration continues its fight for almost $60 million to strengthen security for Supreme Court justices and other federal officials. CBS News congressional correspondent Torian Small says White House officials also want to increase funding to protect members of Congress.
This would primarily focus on the executive and judicial, though White House officials believe that there will be a pathway forward by legislators here to figure out what should happen for lawmakers.
American and Chinese trade negotiators, that is, today agreed on the framework of a plan that will allow TikTok to stay in the U.S. CBS's Kelly O'Grady on the Money Watch.
The Chinese readout from that meeting has come out, and they're also saying that there is a framework for a deal. So there has to be some indication that ByteDance would be willing to sell, and perhaps that would come at the direction of the Chinese government.
Bipartisan law bars TikTok from operating in the U.S. until it's sold to an organization that doesn't have ties to China. A big fast food chain is making changes to the way its beef is produced. CBS's Jim Krasula has the story.
McDonald's says it plans to invest $200 million over the next 7 years to promote regenerative agriculture practices on cattle ranches. Regenerative ag techniques are used to conserve water, enhance soil health, and reduce the need for synthetic chemicals and fertilizers.
Other big companies, including General Mills, Nestle, Walmart, and PepsiCo, have also been investing in regenerative farming projects in recent years. There was a hearing today for rapper Lil Nas X after he was arrested last month as he was walking down Ventura Boulevard in Los Angeles in his underwear and cowboy boots. CBS's Matt Piper.
Lil Nas X was not in court, but his attorneys were, who referenced that the rapper is in treatment. The judge modified the conditions of his August arrest in order for him to be treated out of state at an undisclosed location. His attorney, Drew Findling.
He's had a great life. He'll continue to have a great life. And this is a bump that he's going to get over.
This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A death investigation is underway in New Canaan. Police responded to the Canaan Parish housing complex on Lakeville Avenue early Saturday and found the unidentified person dead. Police have not indicated whether the death is considered suspicious. Anyone with information about the case is asked to contact New Canaan Police. A fisherman was taken to the hospital after a canoe overturned in a lake in Oxford. Emergency crews were called to Swan Lake Friday night on reports of a possible drowning and found the two people on the boat had been helped to shore by witnesses. A man was reported to have been underwater for between 3 and 5 minutes, while the second person was conscious and uninjured. No further information has been released about the injured boater. Police are investigating an alleged attempted sexual assault on the Yukon campus in Storrs. Police say a food delivery driver lured a victim into a vehicle while dropping off food at the college on Saturday. The victim was able to escape, and Yukon police say they have made contact with a possible suspect. No other information has been released, and the investigation is continuing. And Governor Ned Lamont held a bill signing ceremony in Norwalk this afternoon to commemorate Public Act 2544. The legislation strengthens the state's consumer protection laws. It includes several provisions related to junk fees, price gouging, and safeguards against eavesdropping by electronic devices. The event was held at 12:30. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound remains of a tractor-trailer accident. Exit 29, stay to the right to get around it. On the Parkway northbound, an accident between exit 30 and 31 as things backing up into Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Ned Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow. Then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And as I often say, and I'm not saying this in any flip sort of manner here, let's not lose focus as to what the temperature of the nation is right now. Understand that it was absolutely horrible and abhorrent what happened last week to Charlie Kirk on that Wednesday just after noontime when he was gunned down by a single bullet to the neck. They think they've got the guy, allegedly. Let's be safe here. Let's be courteous as to a legal procedure here. They think they've got the guy, but both sides seem to be, a little extreme here. There's a war coming and we're going to go after the far left. Listen, everybody just has to take a breath. But at the same time, the people out there who are like, hey, what was the big deal with Charlie Kirk? He spewed hate. He said, listen, it's not what he said. There are a lot of people out there that are trying to make it about what he said. Did he say some controversial things and occasionally things that you heard and you went, oh, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that because both sides do it. The guy was not leading some sort of flame-throwing, tiki torch-bearing rally somewhere. He was at a college campus talking to students. He was at a college campus with no protection in front of him and some marginal security from what you read here, and he simply was taking questions. And he was doing what is a great art that goes back thousands of years. It's called debating. Hey, let's go with the premise here. I think this, you disagree with me, I disagree with you. Let's talk it out. Sometimes we get each other to think of a new angle here. Other times we don't, but we say, hey, nice to meet you. That's all. This was no mass attack by the right. It was no mass attack by the left. Apparently now, and what do I always say with these things? In time, you get your answers. And what are we finding out? They're finding out now through the questioning and stuff that's being revealed by the FBI is, for some reason, this accused gunman had some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Was fixated on stuff that they're saying now that Charlie Kirk used to say for whatever reason. Maybe he hated him, he liked him. I don't know. But man, oh man, everybody, and I know it's hard to say this right now, but everybody has to calm down. Now, having said that, one of our own members of Congress is trying to have it both ways again. And I told you there are dummies on the right and there are dummies on the left. Well, I pointed out my continuing fascination, to put it mildly, with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who just said, now she wants to separate the blue states from the red states. Oh, stop it. You're just trying to get your name out there. Coming up before we wrap it up tonight, I will give you, and he posted a long screed about this. Who else? The guy who's running for president, but is not really doing it yet, Chris Murphy. I will give you part of what he posted on X, and then I'll play about a 2.5-minute montage that was put together by a Republican gubernatorial campaign, sounding decidedly different than Senator Murphy's X post. And oh yes, he is involved in some of these videos.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents the musical Little Women, September 19th through 28th. This heartfelt adaptation of Louisa May Alcott's beloved novel follows the adventures of the four March sisters, Jo, Meg, Beth, and Amy, as they grow up during the Civil War. The show explores love, family, and finding one's voice through emotion and the powerful soundtrack of of the show. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, September 16th and 18th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound remains of a tractor-trailer accident. Exit 29 stated the right to get around it. On the Parkway northbound, an accident between exit 30 and 31 as things backing up into Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84 eastbound, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands, Courtesy Carpet, no big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. And Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He's got everything you need to know before you get home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, so like me, maybe you saw just a flurry of stuff on the weekend of people getting quote-unquote doxxed or identified as people who didn't have the kindest things, shall we say, about the assassination, the shooting death of Charlie Kirk, the conservative influencer, podcaster, debater at colleges, and a lot of these people saying, hey, why am I losing my job here? Why are my people or my customers attacking me or whatever? And it's interesting here as to what people consider to be freedom of speech or not. Joining us right now is a gentleman you hear oftentimes on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC. First time with me, adjunct law professor Gary Phelan, practicing attorney, Quinnipiac Law School as well. Hey, Gary, it's Paul. How are you, sir?
Good, Paul. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good, and thanks for stopping by. Gary, the classic version of I have freedom of speech, and how is that different in the workplace? So you see a lot of people distraught, losing their jobs, being singled out, saying, hey, don't I have freedom of speech? Explain the freedom of speech part first.
Freedom of speech as it relates to workplace-related communications. First, there's a difference between the public sector in the private sector. There is some, First Amendment protection for someone who works in a private sector.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, any sort of political speech in the private sector is not protected. It's not protected under the First Amendment. It might be protected under state law, and Connecticut is one of the states that has a free speech statute that just does apply to private sector workplaces.
So our inherent rights then, Gary, as Americans, that's the initial thing I hear where how that relates to the government, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
An example, I'll give you an example
Sure.
of where there was a case against Hartford Board of Ed.
Okay.
It was a First Amendment case by a phys ed teacher who was, brought in to do what he thought was considered to be DEI training. He felt that, he said in the training that he felt he was being man-bashed and white-shamed.
Okay.
He filed a claim. People, some other people complained about his conduct or his actions. The court refused to dismiss his First Amendment retaliation claim, saying he was exercising his right to free speech and issues related to race-based discrimination in the workplace is a matter of public concern.
All right. So, Gary, once again, the guest is Gary Phelan, practicing attorney, professor at the Quinnipiac Law School. So, Gary, I'm in a, let's say I am, I don't know, I own a restaurant. I used this before a couple hours ago. And, I do great business, but, one of my servers or one of my cooks or my bartenders, he gets on social media and says, for lack of a better term, hey, so-and-so got shot and he deserved it. No tears here. So now what rights does an employer, let's say generally, and I know you said Connecticut, Gary, is a little different with a state statute, but if there's no state statute, Gary, and I see people saying, well, why should somebody lose their job for this? If you're or anybody's arguing for the employer wanting to terminate this person or discipline, where does that right come from?
It comes from a general belief, which unfortunately for them has no basis in the legal process. They are certainly or almost certainly an at-will employee that can be terminated for any reason, and that would be a reason. So they wouldn't have a free speech claim. Certainly a lot of people think that there's, free speech, in any context, and there's not. It's limited by the law.
And Gary, being an employee of that employer, right, most of them now, I know at least here at the station and some other side stuff I do, I would assume, Gary, that it's kind of de rigueur for businesses, I'm sure all of them don't have them, but to have social media policies, right? I mean, I've signed a couple of those, and they basically, say, hey, have fun, but you better watch what you post because, you're in some way connected to me.
Well, you're right, and a lot of employers have policies that say don't be speaking in your role as an employee of this company, and have restrictions. On the other hand, employers sometimes get in trouble saying don't, in your private communications, here's what you can't do.
Yeah.
An example would, if an employer had a policy right now that said, you can't, speak on anything relating to Charlie Kirk, I think they might be vulnerable under the Connecticut statute, not under the federal law.
Yeah, because technically if they want to say, hey, this is horrible that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, we need to get along and come together, right? That's hardly something, Gary, I would think. I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong, on the surface that's actionable there, kind of a vanilla statement?
That's correct. And where I think, because certainly this issue is a big issue amongst employment lawyers right now.
Really?
Because we are seeing what's going to be, I think, a surge of people being terminated. I think there's a big difference between somebody who is disagreeing with Charlie Kirk's policy. I mean, he was a passionate advocate for his political beliefs. He challenged people. As the word you used, he debated. And so I think it would be hard-pressed to say, well, when people respond to his beliefs, even though it was after the horrible assassination, that therefore they should get fired. I think it's a big difference where they're celebrating, essentially political violence.
Yeah. And finally, Gary, I had said this with an earlier guest today. I'm guessing, and Gary, you're the attorney, I'm not, but I'm guessing it might be a good idea. One thing that may come out of this, some saving grace, is maybe parents, grandparents, employers, they, you discuss with young people, right? Say, hey, remember that, did you sign a social media policy? Yeah, I think I did. I signed a lot of stuff. Well, maybe it's a good idea, Gary, to go over this stuff with young folks and employees and say, hey, just so you know, everything's good here, but let's remember this in a case of what we're going right now. Teachable moment, maybe, Gary, you think?
Absolutely. And if somebody called me saying, you know what, I'm about to post this, what do you think I should do? And I'd say, well, you got to balance. Is it worth the risk of being terminated? And again, we are a state that where political speech is important, but I think there's a time and a place for everything. And so I think you have to decide where my priorities are.
Thanks so much, Quinnipiac University law professor Gary Phelan, for joining us. Gary, thank you for the time. We appreciate it. We'll chat down the road, sir. Appreciate the time.
All right. Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it. There you go. Law professor, practicing attorney Gary Phelan, Quinnipiac University. Yeah. So, folks, I'm serious. If you're still in a home with a young person, or maybe you see your sons and daughters or grandsons and granddaughters, and they bring this up, say, hey, by the way, notice you can, doesn't mean you will, but there's a possibility if you put something too caustic there, you can, even though Connecticut, like Gary said, has this kind of secondary layer here, don't take a chance. Just don't take a chance. Talk with people about it. Go out and have some drinks. Go sit on the front porch and talk about it, but don't make a mistake. And again, ask your kids, your grandkids, what did you sign? Did you sign a social media policy? Because most employees do.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound remains of a tractor-trailer accident. Exit 29, stay to the right to get around it. On the Parkway northbound, an accident between exit 30 and 31 as things backing up into Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on 84, eastbound, heavy congestion through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Ned Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow. Then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've heard the term fall cleanup, and now make sure that getting your trees assessed on your property is part of the to-do list. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you all about working with K&J Tree Service and having a free tree risk assessment done. My friend Mark over at K&J came out to our home back in the spring, and he identified a couple of trees that could be a real problem. We didn't have to remove the trees, but we did do some work to make sure they weren't going to be an issue if the next storm hit and caused destruction. Right now, as the seasons are changing, it is the perfect time to give your trees the care they deserve. At K&J Tree Service, they're offering a limited time 10% discount on all services to help you prepare your landscape for the winter months ahead. Whether you need pruning, trimming, or complete tree removal, their team of skilled professionals is ready to enhance the beauty and safety of your property. Don't wait until it's too late. Call them directly at 203-248-TREE or schedule an appointment at kjtreeservice.com. Take advantage of the incredible offer right now at K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I was pretty hungry and looking at a menu when I named my boat Change Your Tuna. The backup names were Trick or Trout, I Salmonly Swear, and, oh, it gets worse, New Squid on the Block. It wasn't my best day.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it. And start with a quote from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
Hey, Jen, you ready for a girls' night in?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. A little wine, a little JTV.
Yes, I love jewelry television.
I'm obsessed with their Italian gold designs.
Me too. And their colored gemstone jewelry. So many different gemstones. Absolutely gorgeous. I shop on TV and online.
Right now, new customers receive 25% off their first purchase of $50 or more when they visit jtv.com/radio.
More wine?
Yes, and more JTV.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Investigators say evidence is piling up against accused killer of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is in Utah.
FBI Director Kash Patel said this morning that they now have Robinson's DNA that has been matched to a towel that was wrapped around the rifle used allegedly in this assassination.
U.S. and Chinese negotiators have agreed on the framework of a deal that would allow TikTok to continue to operate in the U.S. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
We're waiting to find out exactly what the deal with TikTok is and whether it will meet the requirements under the Congressional Act.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he's reached an agreement with Colgate over the depiction of fluoride toothpaste in products for kids under the age of 6. CBS's Matt Piper.
New visuals will now depict a pea-sized amount of toothpaste on toothbrushes. The agreement follows an investigation that claimed Colgate's marketing caused parents to give children unhealthy doses of fluoride.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport Board of Education may potentially have to scale back the amount of bus transportation it provides for some students. After a meeting on September 8th, the cash-strapped district voted to alter the walking distance policy, which would remove the availability of bus transportation to affected students. Transportation has been a sticking point in the district as it continues to deal with a large budget deficit, but State Education Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker previously said that the situation was resolved at Bridgeport's school convocation last month.
As you know, we've worked together to restore the bus service because we want to make sure our students can come safely to school every single day.
The new maximum walking distance for high school students is now 2.5 miles. This past Friday, Fairfield County officials met with United Illuminating President Frank Reynolds to voice their opposition to the electric company's plan to install monopoles along the Metro-North line through Bridgeport, Fairfield, and Southport. Officials included Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim, along with Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale and Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Steve Staffstrom.
The mayor has called for investigations into the siting council process and how this happened. I join him in that call. I think we're all sort of shaking our heads at, frankly, the kangaroo court actions that we've seen.
The Connecticut Siting Council recently granted UI's proposal in a straw poll vote, with a final vote coming at the end of this month. Fairfield and Bridgeport city officials will be holding a joint news conference to discuss the matter tomorrow at 1 p.m. Hundreds of people came out for a vigil in Southington to honor the memory of Charlie Kirk. The conservative influencer was shot and killed last week during an event at a college in Utah. The vigil was held at the restaurant Cadillac Ranch and was organized by the Connecticut Republican Party. Party Chairman Ben Proto says Kirk was more than a political voice. He was a family man and a tireless advocate for what he believed in. The state Republican and Democratic parties yesterday issued a rare joint statement condemning the killing and pledging to tone down the political rhetoric. Police in Westport are encouraging residents to make sure their car doors are locked. Westport Police released statistics saying 3 vehicles had been stolen since September 9th, and a total of 51 vehicles were stolen since the beginning of the year. Police say the thefts of these vehicles have occurred in both parking lots and residential driveways. Police say under no circumstances should a vehicle ever be left unattended and running, unlocked with the keys inside it, or with valuables left in plain view. A celebration took place this morning to commemorate the grand opening of the new South Norwalk Elementary School. The state-of-the-art building is the community's first new school construction project in more than 40 years. For the 2025-2026 school year, The school is serving students in pre-kindergarten through third grade, and it will expand in the years ahead to include grades 4 and 5. Butter Cannabis has reopened 3 marijuana shops that were previously operated by The Botanist. Butter already operates pot shops in West Hartford, Tolland, Stratford, and Danbury. It recently acquired and reopened shops that had been run by The Botanist in Danbury, Montville, and Vernon. Despite the expansion, Butter founder Carl Tirella says that the cannabis industry in Connecticut still faces some major hurdles.
Biggest obstacles remain to be overregulation and not being able to compete with neighboring states in potency, packaging, and pricing. I do think there's open conversations with the regulatory bodies, and we're making baby steps as things go along.
Butter held parties at the 3 newly reopened locations today, which included free lunch, a DJ, and 30% discounts all day. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong was scheduled to hold a news conference this morning to discuss several pending details related to Fairfield's upcoming special election for first selectman.
And I'm so very impressed in the voters of Fairfield and Southport for their overwhelming support, in demanding that democracy be in exercise and that a special election will be held.
The timing of the special election has not been clear, and Senator Wong was expected to discuss the matter and share a date today. New Haven is now the world record holder for hosting the largest pizza party. The record was broken Friday night on the New Haven Green, where more than 4,500 people were confirmed to have eaten 2 full slices of pizza. Each participant bought a $22 ticket that paid for the 2 slices, a bottle of water, and a drink afterwards. New Haven takes the record from Tulsa, Oklahoma, which previously set the record by holding a pizza party with over 3,300 people in 2023. And Connecticut ranks 5th on a new survey in regards to happiness. Finance website WalletHub compared all 50 states to determine which was the happiest based on more than 24 key metrics, including income growth, unemployment, and depression rates. Connecticut was on the list as number 5. Hawaii was ranked the happiest, followed by Maryland, Nebraska, and New Jersey. On the opposite end of the list, West Virginia came in last. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported near exit 21. Overall on 95, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much better out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound side, just some extra cars going through Shelton. And 84 eastbound, a stalled vehicle reported between exits 9 and 10. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older for purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right, as I promised, I'm going to give you the other side here. Now, we started with some my choice words I have from Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican congresswoman from parts of Georgia. She's saying, well, hey, the murder of Charlie Kirk, I should say, is proof that the red states and the blue states should separate. Okay, Congresswoman, whatever. So you have that kind of thinking on the left. So on the right, rather, the far right. Let me give you some stuff on the left. Featuring, of course, our own Chris Murphy. Yes, Chris Murphy, who is, don't let anybody fool you, he's running for president, which is fine. It's not official, but you know what I mean. So anyway, he's gone to X, the X platform, and he posted an audio clip of Stephen Miller, who's a domestic policy person for Trump, very hard-edged guy, Some people say Stephen Miller's an out-and-out white supremacist. He's been accused of being a racist. Okay, some people think he is, some people think he isn't. Whatever. Unelected guy. But having said that, I will play you 2 clips here and give you a bit of what Senator Murphy said. Now, again, just keep in mind while you're listening to this that there are some people saying, hey, we need to tone it down. Okay. So Chris Murphy let loose with a very, very long, multi-part posting on X. I'm not going to give you the whole thing. I'll give you the first and the last part. Chris Murphy says, quote, "The murder of Charlie Kirk could have united Americans to confront political violence. Instead, Trump and his anti-democratic radicals look to be readying a campaign to destroy dissent." Okay, and he posts this, so we will play you the clip that he plays of the Trump advisor, and I guess this is a clip of Miller from Sean Hannity. So our dear Senator Chris Murphy posts this to make his point.
And let me tell you something I've not shared with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate, you want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile. Because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
All right, that sounds pretty radical there, right? Stephen Miller, right? One of Trump's right-hand guys. And to which, again, Chris Murphy said the murder of Charlie Kirk could have united Americans to confront political violence. Instead, Trump and his anti-democratic radicals are readying for a campaign to destroy dissent. And Chris Murphy says, quote, "This means that everyone who cares about democracy has to join the fight right now, join a mobilization or a protest group, start showing up to actions more, write a check to a progressive media operation." Okay. So you may say, Paul, well, what's wrong with what he said? And I have nothing in principle against what Chris Murphy said. And he posted an unedited Stephen Miller bite. Okay, so what's the problem here? I'll tell you what the problem is. And it's best personified in a video montage that was posted by the Republican gubernatorial candidacy of Winsome Earl Sears, African-American woman who served as the lieutenant governor under Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. She's now running for governor. It doesn't look like she's going to win, but so her campaign puts together this montage, which oddly enough, features Chris Murphy. I'll tell you who's in this montage. Anderson Cooper, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Congressman LaMarsha McIver, Chris Murphy, Kathy Hochul, Joe Biden, Abigail Spanberger, Nancy Pelosi, Elizabeth Warren, Mazie Hirono, Donna Brazile, former Attorney General Eric Holder, Abdul El Said, Cory Booker, Jasmine Crockett, Chris Van Hollen, Hakeem Jeffries, J.B. Pritzker, Jasmine Crockett, Ayanna Presley, Maxine Waters, the Reverend Al Green, no, not that one, the other one, And finally, we're going to wrap it up with Tim Walz basically saying he didn't get good news on his phone that Trump was dead. By the way, at the beginning, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, you heard him a few days ago. So Chris Murphy saying, hey, we need to tone it all down. I wonder if he's talking about his own party.
Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" ! Catch! ! Do
you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core.
And shut down the Senate! We are at war!
We're in a war right now.
We are at war.
So you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
And that's why the gloves are off.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
And yes, there are many threats to democracy. We see it with these extreme candidates.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
You can only push people so far. And then they start to take matters into their own hands.
What the American public want is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight.
You know, this is literally call to arms.
The MAGA movement is a threat.
Michelle says that, when they go low, we go high.
No. With all due respect, if they go low, we don't go high.
When they go low, we kick them.
We take them to the mud and choke them out.
And make sure that they stay down. And you know what? Kick them when they're down because they deserve it.
Get up in the face of some Congress people.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your...
We have to fight this in the streets.
We're going to fight it in the streets. It's time to step out of your comfort zone and step out into the streets.
To our Republican colleagues, if you do not see the light, we will bring the fire. Resist! You and your little friend off of Twitter. Y'all about to find out.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out and you create a crowd. And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
He's not going to have a third term. He may not finish this term.
Yes, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying. There will be news sometime. Just so you know, there will be news.
Yeah, there's that creep, Tim Walz, who was almost vice president. Thank Jesus he wasn't elected. There's that creep, Tim Walz, waving his phone saying, hey, someday we're going to get good news that Trump is dead. Oh, but Chris Murphy says, we need to tone it down. Funny how Senator Murphy was part of that montage, wasn't it? Let me tell you something. They're full of crap. Okay, they go on since 2015, Trump is a fascist, Trump is a dictator, Trump is a fascist, and I gave you the montage right there. Wasn't hard to find. But remember, Chris Murphy says, Charlie Kirk's death, it's a way for us to come together.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect high UV levels with a max UV index of 6. Air quality will be fair to poor with an AQI bouncing around the 40s and 50s, and expect good conditions for the beach or pool. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported near exit 21. Overall on 95, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much better out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound side, just some extra cars going through Shelton. And 84 eastbound, a stalled vehicle reported between exits 9 and 10. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older for purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with an overnight low in the mid-50s. Patchy fog early tomorrow. Then the sun will shine by late morning. It'll be a bright and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. Cloudy on Wednesday, a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And if you love that montage featuring our own Chris Murphy, I'll play it again maybe this week, a couple of times this week. And I know what a lot of you are saying, well, Paul, you know, if Trump says bad things too, yes. I've always said that. What do I say all the time? He's got to stop with the sledgehammer language. He says dumb things sometimes. But again, aren't Chris Murphy and his ilk, aren't they the ones that say, well, you know, we've got to be better than Donald Trump? Okay, calling the guy a fascist is never a good thing. So please, if you're on the progressive side, God bless you, I love you, spare me the niceties now. Because I just played, you know how long that montage was? 2.5 minutes. Well, Trump, yeah, okay, Trump, but aren't you guys supposed to be better? 2.5 minutes of people saying go to the streets, get in their faces. Tim Walz, boy, I got to tell you, I used to tolerate Tim Walz. What a jackass. Making fun, holding a phone up in the air going, yeah, you know, someday we're going to get good news on here. Really, you jerk. Openly disappointed that the President of the United States isn't dead? Jesus H. Chris Murphy says, oh, now's the time we have to unite. Oh, and we've got to change. It's just, it is mind-numbing. And I'm telling you, I'm not going to have the, yeah, but Trump. Yeah, we know Trump. 10 years. No, 12 years. 2015 when he came to 10 years ago. And the problem still maintains that the Democrats have no leader. They've got no policy. They've got no platform. And I know people are going to say, well, a bunch of dumb people voted for Trump. Okay. And your alternative plan is what? So, again, just wanted to play that. That was from the Winsome Earl Sears gubernatorial campaign in Virginia. Everybody, Elizabeth Warren, they're going, oh, Sister Elizabeth, as I call it. She was that one nun you hated in Catholic school. Now, the finger waver. That was her. You know, people can only take so much. Yes, another multi-million-dollar Senate member telling me about how people down and out can only take so much. My God, Elizabeth, where did you come up with such wonderful, wonderful ideas? Bernie Sanders, too. He's another one. Listen, I admire the guy. He's touring the country talking about the oligarchs and the rich people while that gentleman is worth, what, $21, $22 million, his net worth? Good for him. Maybe I should start doing personal opinions and spew crap and become a millionaire. Jack in Stanford's here. Jack, if I ever get rich, you'll be my financial guy. How are you, Jack?
Really?
Yeah.
Sure. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. I have a couple of things here. See, I went 3 for 4 this weekend, but we got to see tonight and everything.
Nice.
But yeah, I got greedy. Got greedy with the last night game.
All right.
But one thing for your radio program, you should book Kamala Harris on her book tour.
Yeah.
Because I want somebody to ask her,
Yeah.
do you regret not invoking the 25th Amendment?
Yeah.
Now? That's the only question.
Well,
we
did
have
you
for
see now? She's invoking. She's trying to walk the middle road. Did you see?
Yeah.
She said, "Well, I had faith in Biden, but maybe he should." No, you can't have it both ways. No, you can't. You can't.
You should right now, just like with Gore. Do you regret not invoking it now? Because we're all going to find out how he has all the books. So that's that. So, anyways, really wanted to speak about your thing there. I listened to this guy on Saturday mornings now, the new person that you have on there, because I can't get Dean Martin singing Danny Boy. So I don't agree with anything that he really says, but I want to hear the other side.
Okay.
But him and the Yenta that he has on it, he used the word fascist the other day, and at least you don't put people on, oh, I'm going to use an alias and stuff. If you're not man enough or woman enough, because there was one of each, to come on there and say who you are and everything, then don't be putting them on. All right, because they're all the Antifa people. They're wearing their masks and they're wearing their sunglasses and their hat and everything. I mean, that's not right. I'm interested to hear what the other side has to say, but I really don't agree very much with them. And that's that. And then they had the people in Washington. The guy you have on late at night, he already addressed what they were talking about Sunday morning about Washington and where it's safe and where it's not.
Yeah.
And he had said, it's safe where like Senator Kennedy and Senator Dunn were assaulting the waitresses. But, and Chicago, 72 shooting, what was it, 26 shootings and 6 the week the children were killed at the elementary school?
Yeah.
And there's nobody caring about that
Nobody
stuff?
cares.
So,
and Jack, thank you for the call. I wish you luck tonight. Nobody cares about urban gun deaths. You know why? The victims are black and Hispanic, and the Democratic Party doesn't care. They don't care. The incompetent mayor of Chicago doesn't care. And the soon-to-be incompetent mayor of New York, he won't care either. By the way, did you see what's happening in New York now that they're resigned to Zohran Mamdani winning? You see, you got, what's her name there? Letitia James, a very liberal Democratic AG, went after Trump. Did you see the story she said? What she said a few weeks ago? Please let Jessica Tisch alone. Leave her alone. They're worried. And, of course, Kathy Hochul came out today and she endorsed Mamdani because she's running for re-election next year. So she needs the leftist vote for Mamdani. But you've got high-ranking Democrats, again, including Letitia James, saying, for the love of God, don't touch the police department because they know he will.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident reported near exit 21. Overall on 95, well over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound really isn't much better out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound side, just some extra cars going through Shelton. And 84 eastbound, a stalled vehicle reported between exits 9 and 10. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older for purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. And that's Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy with fog moving in after midnight with a low in the mid-50s. Any fog will lift by mid-morning tomorrow. It'll be a brighter and dry afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, cloudy with a few scattered showers in the afternoon with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Evolve your vehicle ownership experience with Cadillac of Greenwich. Take the hassle out of vehicle maintenance and choose mobile service, where our technicians come to you. We can replace your brakes, change your oil, and update all your maintenance at your home or office. No lines, no traffic, and no inconvenience. We meet you on your terms at CadillacofGreenwich.com, where world-class technicians and superior hospitality come standard. That's CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And my memory got jogged a little bit, or my mind there, by Jack and Stanford. We didn't do our scoreboard update today. There you go. All you got to do is put in Chicago shootings this past weekend. 4 more people killed, 23 hurt in Chicago every freaking weekend. 1 dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen, 4 dozen, and then, the incompetent governor of Illinois and the incompetent mayor of Chicago. Oh, no, we don't need any help from Trump. Okay, well, of course you don't, because you don't care about the black and Hispanic young men and women that are killed. But, man, I got to tell you, I see this headline here on CBS News, 4 killed, 23 hurt in Chicago. If that was 4 killed, 23 hurt in XYZ school, in a white suburb, we'd be into our 15th straight hour of coverage on that, as we should be. But again, the soft racism on the left just continues.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump says the U.S. military has attacked another boat carrying drugs from Venezuela.
You have proof. All you have to do is look at the cargo that was like it's spattered all over the ocean. Big bags of cocaine and fentanyl all over the place.
CBS's Stacey Lynn has more from the White House.
President Trump says the U.S. military again targeted a boat allegedly carrying drugs from Venezuela. In a post on social media, he said 3 people on the vessel were killed. Earlier today, Venezuelan President Maduro vowed to defend against what he called U.S. aggression.
Several senators, Democrats, and some Republicans are questioning the legality of the attacks. The president again today seemed to blame Charlie Kirk's killing on the left.
It looks like he was radicalized over the internet, and it's radicalized on the left. He's a left. We have a lot of problems with the left, and they get protected, and they shouldn't be protected.
As he hosted Kirk's podcast, Vice President J.D. Vance today also blamed liberals for the political violence that's erupted in this country.
We have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years.
The president today signed a memo ordering National Guard troops and personnel from federal agencies to surge into Memphis. Details on that from CBS's Willie James Inman.
He does have the cooperation of Tennessee's governor. In fact, the governor adding in a statement over the weekend that this is building on another operation in coordination with federal authorities, including the FBI, state and local law enforcement personnel to push back against crime in the city of Memphis.
The president didn't say when the troops will arrive in the city. American and Chinese trade negotiators have agreed on a framework of a deal that would allow TikTok to keep operating in the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in Madrid.
We're not going to talk about the commercial terms of the deal. It's between 2 private parties.
President Trump has repeatedly delayed a bipartisan law that bars TikTok from the U.S. until it's sold to a non-Chinese company. Measles infections are being reported in one of the country's largest cities. CBS's Matt Piper has that.
The New York City Department of Health has confirmed 2 adult cases of measles on the Lower East Side and in Soho. The department says decreases in vaccination are leading to a global increase in measles cases, but the risk to the general public in New York City is low due to high vaccination rates among New Yorkers. Spread through the air, measles is highly contagious, and up to 90% of people who are exposed to a person with it will get it if they are unvaccinated or otherwise not immune.
The S&P 500 and NASDAQ closed at record highs today. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
We may be thousands of miles apart, but we can still connect. And when we do, we make things better. At Child Fund, we connect children all around the world with what they need to grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Together, we co-create connections that help millions of children who live in poverty worldwide, and their families, and their communities, and you. Join us. Together, we can make the world a better place. 2 small worlds at a time. Visit childfund.org to learn more.
Hey y'all, I'm Kelly Clarkson. Every American dreams of creating a better life for his or her family, but in some communities, those dreams face difficult challenges. When we come together to help those in need get the same opportunities as everyone else, we truly are making our country a better place to live for all of us. So look for volunteer opportunities in your community to help others achieve the American dream, all right? This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
Connor spent 5 years in foster care.
Before I was adopted, I felt nervous that I wouldn't have a family.
But with help from the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption, Connor now has the love and support of a forever family.
After I was adopted, it was amazing. I felt happy.
You can help find permanent homes for children still lingering in foster care. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Charlie did not die from an overdose. Charlie was poisoned.
Websites and social media selling fake medicines may look legitimate, but they're not.
He died in less than 15 minutes after taking the pill.
Any medication not purchased from a licensed pharmacy could be deadly.
No other family should go through this. It's just horrific.
Go to safe.pharmacy. Learn about fake medicine on social media and if an online pharmacy is safe.
Catch up on what you missed. The best of Melissa in the Morning. Now on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Admittedly, I was a little bit mad that my buddy Mark Soudal got the first scoop of this story, but it's okay because I do respect Mark Soudal and News 12. But I am very excited that we have Canine Officer Penny in studio. Can we call her, is she Canine Officer or just Canine? Is it Canine?
We haven't figured out what her name's going to be yet.
Well, we do have on the microphone Canine Officer Tony Rinaldi here. And tell us about Penny, because she's all over Fairfield. She is the talk of the town.
Yeah, so Penny is our first ever single-purpose tracking, trailing bloodhound for the town of Fairfield. She's 14 weeks old. We got her from Brian Tierney of Zeus Canine Training, and she's a rock star. She's nose-driven. She's not scared of anything.